Honourable members, please be seated.
Introduction of visitors.
Members, we have some very, very special guests from our brothers and sisters in the flatlands of Saskatchewan. The members are joining us in the speaker gallery. Today, Honourable Bronwyn Eyre, Minister of Energy and Resources. She's accompanied by Chief of Staff Carter Zazula and Deputy Minister of Energy and Resources Susanna Laxowen-Craig. Please receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Introduction of guests.
Honourable members, joining us in the galleries today are two constituents of the member. For Calgary Hayes, the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Please welcome Shannon Sarita and her son Jax Sarita. Also joining us in the gallery today is Blair McCormick, Executive Director of Calgary Fetal Alcohol Network. He is a constituent of and guest of the member for Calgary Bow, the Minister of Advanced Education. Please rise and receive the warm welcome of the Assembly.
Ministerial statements. Member statements.
The Honourable Member for Peace River has a statement to make.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my honour to rise and recognize Yom HaShoah, also known as Holocaust Remembrance Day. Yom HaShoah is Israel's day of commemoration for the over 6 million Jews that perished during the Holocaust at the hands of the Nazis. The Holocaust, also known as Shoah in Hebrew, is arguably the darkest chapter in human history and something we all have the moral duty to remember, as difficult as it may be. While Yom HaShoah is a time for somber remembrance, it is also a time of recognition of the strength and the will of the Jewish people, at which time the Holocaust took from the Jewish people much life. Under Nazi rule, the Jewish resistance included everything from taking up arms against the Nazis to smuggling food to prisoners and helping prisoners escape the death camps. The primary goal of the Holocaust was to eradicate Jews from existence, but this proved to be an impossible task, thanks in part to the work of the Jewish resistance. It is not uncommon to hear stories about hate-motivated violence being targeted at Jewish people today in Alberta and across Canada. We as legislators and leaders must show zero tolerance against anybody showing discrimination or anti-Semitism against Jews or any other groups, and work together to find solutions. I am proud that our government is taking action to fight hatred against Jewish people and others by providing grants and to help synagogues and other religious facilities purchase security equipment and training to prevent hate-based attacks. I am encouraged by the work of Alberta's Anti-Racism Advisory Council, which is advising the government how best to address the issue of racism and promote tolerance and inclusion. It is all our responsibility to ensure that the evils occurred during the Nazi Germany never happen again, and that the stories of those who were imprisoned, tortured, and murdered in the Holocaust can never be forgotten. Yom HaShoah is not a holiday. It is a time to rededicate ourselves to the hard work of eradicating hatred, discrimination, and anti-Semitism, wherever and whenever it occurs.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Investors across the globe are watching to see what plans the UCP government has to grow our hydrogen sector. All they got was a re-announcement of a hydrogen centre for excellence, a $50 million investment, but no real plan to grow the sector. The Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity could not say how many jobs will be created or point to any emissions targets they were working towards. The centre doesn't even have a physical centre to work out of. The hydrogen sector is growing fast, attracting millions in investment while this government continues to drag its feet. Over 17 months ago, we released a comprehensive hydrogen strategy that would have set Alberta up for success. Our proposal would get Albertans to work immediately with well-paying, secure jobs in numerous pilot projects and spur construction of hydrogen infrastructure. The current government's plan doesn't have a plan to export Alberta-made hydrogen anytime soon. Its target for export are 2040, which is simply too late. Getting our hydrogen to foreign markets early is crucial to securing market share and establishing ourselves as an energy powerhouse beyond oil and gas. Our strategy would begin to export hydrogen well before then. We would do this by working with industry, Indigenous community, and federal partners to construct needed infrastructure for export. Creating an ambitious plan to grow the hydrogen sector is not easy. We know because we did it. I want to encourage all Albertans to head to albertasfuture.ca and let us know what they think of our action plan that will help to grow the hydrogen sector. I'd encourage the government members to read it as well. They might actually learn something that could help them to create good jobs for Albertans and attract billions in new investment.
The honourable member for Vermilion, Lloydminster Wainwright, has a statement to make.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to stand here today to recognize a city in my constituency, Lloydminster, and the 2022 Chevrolet Good Deeds Champions, the U13 female Lloydminster Blazers. This is a great deal for my constituency, as it is the first time a female hockey team has won, as well as the first time a city in the prairies has won the Good Deeds Cup. This wonderful event has gone on for the past 6 years, and in that time they have challenged over 10,000 hockey players across Canada to go out and do good deeds in their communities. These hockey teams have made a huge impact, with over 1,000 good deeds completed and $550,000 donated to charities across Canada. This season, Chevrolet shifted the focus of this event to make hockey and arenas more inclusive to people from all backgrounds and abilities. The Lloydminster Blazers' focus was ensuring their arena was built to be accessible to everyone in the community. Part of the reason they won was contributed to the event they ran, the Tri-Para event, to raise awareness on the importance of building an accessible and inclusive arena. In addition to them winning the championship, Chevrolet donated $100,000 to the Blazers to be put towards Inclusion Lloydminster, which is a non-profit organization. A member of Lloydminster, Ross Ulmer, owner of Ulmer Chevrolet, was graciously matched this donation, giving the U13 Blazers a total of $200,000 towards Inclusion Lloydminster and the new arena. This donation will be directed towards making the soon-to-be-built 2,500-seat arena in Lloydminster more accessible and inclusive. I'm proud to stand here today to congratulate my community and the U13 Blazers on not only this incredible championship, but the initiative they are taking to improve accessibility and inclusion in Lloydminster.
The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview is next.
In my role as MLA and critic for seniors, and in my own life, I'm fortunate to be able to spend time with seniors in this province. They're a font of wisdom, depth of understanding, and the source of many laughs and joy-filled moments. Seniors built this province and deserve to age in dignity. Sadly, folks across the aisle don't seem to share the deep respect I have for elders, and I worry that under the UCP they are being left behind. The cost of living is going up, inflation is increasing, and yet this government is neglecting seniors' concerns. The cost of utilities up, groceries up, insurance up. The seniors' benefit? Well, though it's more important than ever before, seniors' benefits are not up. This is shameful. These are not the only places that seniors have felt the pain of choices made by the UCP. We have seen cuts to special needs assistance, cuts to grants, cuts to housing support. It's death by 1,000 cuts, Mr. Speaker. But the UCP don't care about the impacts of their thoughtless policies. They terminated the Seniors Advocate, a role which improved lives during our NDP government. The Advocate stands up for the interests of seniors and provides support to them. Now, to add to all of this, the UCP's continuing care bill leaves consequential amendments to regulations, meaning seniors won't actually know what impacts the legislation may have on their lives. Over 1,600 residents died in continuing care during the pandemic, and the UCP does not understand the situation's urgency. Seniors just can't trust the UCP. They make big promises, but at the end of the day, a promise is worth nothing if you don't deliver. The NDP will deliver, Mr. Speaker. We will stand with seniors. We will ensure benefits are indexed. We will put forward meaningful changes. We will reinstate the office of the Seniors Advocate. We will put actions behind our words. You can trust us to follow through.
The honourable member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, our government must clean up another mess left to us by the NDP, left for Albertans. The NDP failed to address long-term issues within our system, and now everyday Albertans are paying for their mistakes. The NDP's disastrous mismanagement of the electricity system lost approximately $1.3 billion in ratepayer money, which now must be paid back by Alberta ratepayers until 2030. What a shame that our children must pay the price for such terrible policies enacted by the NDP. Thank goodness Albertans fired them in the last election, because on this side of the House, we stand with Albertans. And now, with the support of the NDP, the federal Liberals are doubling down on their Alberta punishing carbon tax, which will only drive up the price of living and drive down the quality of life for all Albertans. The Alberta NDP thought that they had a long-term solution for energy prices, but their short-term, narrow-sighted Band-Aid fix to energy through the means of a rate cap has now created a $108 million bill that Albertans still have to pay. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we do not believe in borrowing from future generations to pay this month's electricity bill. That is why this government has created a long-term, stable plan to level the price of electricity so all Albertans can keep their lights on. We will be supporting a competitive market that provides consumers with choice and strengthens the electricity system. Other plans to assist Albertans will include fixed-price contracts, equalized payment plans, and floating regulated rates. And our plans are already working. We have seen more than $5 billion in investment announced for generation projects since 2019, including more than $2 billion for renewable energy projects. The proof is in the pudding. This government has created long-term plans to keep energy costs down while still investing in green energy projects. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member for Edmonton-Glenora.
For those of us lucky enough to be elected by Albertans to be able to come to this place and advocate for the people we represent and for the issues facing this province, it is one of the top privileges of our lives. Our caucus is full of people who came to this place with a respect for democracy and for the legislature that has served Albertans for over 115 years. I wish I could say the same was true for everyone across the aisle. Promising to work hard and stay humble, we have seen a government motivated solely by self-interest. There is no clearer example of this than the person the Premier chooses to be his voice in this House. The government House Leader was forced to apologize after his vulgar remarks and for saying that he would change the rules of this place because he was annoyed. The government House Leader, who won't answer simple questions about UCP policy without baseless smears trying to silence those who disagree with him. He refused to apologize to this Assembly for taking part in a boozy white tablecloth dinner on the Sky Palace patio in violation of the rules that he demanded others follow during the pandemic. He fired a single mother who came to him reporting sexual harassment. And when caught trespassing by a landowner, he threatened to shoot her. Albertans deserve better from the leadership of this government, from a Premier that they can trust, and from his right-hand man, who they clearly can't respect. The Premier promised that he and his team would work hard and that they would stay humble. Albertans see through this, Mr. Speaker, and they want a government who will work with them, not bully and threaten those who disagree with them. We need a better government House Leader in this legislature. Better yet, we need a better government. Alberta's NDP is here, and we are ready to serve Albertans by making their lives more affordable, creating good-paying, stable jobs, strengthening public health care and education, and restoring Albertans' trust in their government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Wood Buffalo.
Mr. Speaker, Trudeau disagrees with how Alberta is dealing with the opioid epidemic, and our major cities are asking for hard drugs to be decriminalized. Fortunately, Alberta is doing her due diligence with our special committee to examine safe supply, and we've heard expert opinions from folks that understand the science. Folks like the Director General of the Portuguese Ministry of Health, responsible for addictive behaviours and dependencies, the face of Portugal's drug policy reform unit. We've heard from the director of a local detox centre with pre- and post-treatment programming up in Fort McMurray. We heard from clinical psychologists, comprehensive family physicians, psychiatrists specializing in addiction, and professors from schools like Yale, Harvard, and Stanford. People who are subject matter experts in things like addictions, mental illness, homelessness, and substance abuse. People with qualifications in fields like medicine, forensic psychiatry, addiction neurobiology, addiction recovery, and rehabilitation. We heard from a comprehensive family physician focusing on complications from injection drug use and a professor teaching Indigenous cultural safety. We had the only bipartisan drug policy advisor to 3 U.S. presidents and a policy advisor to other nations like Australia, South Korea, and the United Kingdom. Invitations were sent out to folks that participated in safe supply programs in provinces like BC, but unfortunately, none were willing to participate. I'm guessing it's because they had no evidence to support their claims. Fortunately, this government is guiding the mental health and addiction system to be recovery-oriented based on studies and science. We've created 8,000 new treatment and recovery spaces and eliminated all the user fees. We're developing 5 new therapeutic communities, created licensing and accreditation standards for other facilities. We're developing drug treatment courts, and we've increased funding for law enforcement and are allowing police to provide on-demand treatment. We know that consumption sites and decriminalizing drugs do not make communities safer. Setting up an environment to allow individuals to recover from drug addiction does. Behind every addiction is a human being worthy of a healthy life filled with dignity and purpose.
The honourable member for Fort Saskatchewan-Vegreville. Yeah, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the past 2 years, our government has been working hard, putting in place policies to bring us through difficult times and put our province onto the path of economic recovery. I'm pleased to say that Alberta's economic recovery is now in full swing. Because of our government's leadership, jobs lost during the pandemic have returned, but there's still much more to do. A recent Chamber of Commerce survey confirmed that half of Alberta businesses are still facing staff shortages. These businesses have indicated that they aren't getting enough applications or the applicants lack the skill set necessary for the position. Skills matter, Mr. Speaker. A skilled workforce is at the very heart of competitiveness and prosperity, and outstanding careers are built on skills. Our government recognizes the importance of access to employment supports so Albertans can develop the necessary skills to fulfill these roles. To address this need, our government recently announced $600 million over 3 years for the Alberta at Work program to address labour market needs. The money will be invested in a series of programs to support training and to remove employment barriers due to race, ethnicity, age, gender, and abilities. Under this program, $87 million will go to support STEM and trades training. $295 million will go to create training options in high-demand fields. $100 million will go training for work and the Canada-Alberta Jobs Grant to support the unemployed and employers. And $23 million will go to help low-income students join high-demand programs. This builds on the work we've already done to enhance and support skilled trades apprenticeship training, to ensure that thousands of young Albertans have access to post-secondary education and hands-on training needed to help meet our future labour market needs. These announcements will ensure that Alberta's workforce is better positioned to meet current and future economic needs. Because of our government's leadership, Alberta's economy is back and the future looks so bright. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
The honourable member for Camrose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During Constituency Week, the Premier visited Camrose for a tour of the newly opened Chester Ronning School and the sod turning for the new school planned for the Elk Island School Board. The last time the Premier was with us, we participated in the sod turning event for the Chester Ronning School. I was delighted to share in the beginning moments of the school and the finished results with him. It was very fitting and well-timed that the Premier's visit coincided with this important time for the students and staff. The one item that everyone commented about were the windows. The previous school was built in a round shape in brick and originally had no windows at all. The environment was not conducive to student learning and windows were added. The biggest request for the new school, you guessed it, windows. And there are many windows, big windows that allow a sky view and color glass to enhance the design. The school turned out absolutely beautifully. Additionally, there were several RAP students who participated in the construction of the building. My hope is that we'll be able to share with their children, who will hopefully attend the school, that their parents helped build. I'm so pleased at how well it has turned out and how beautiful it is, and was glad to bring the Premier through to speak with the Battle River School trustees, staff, and students. After our visits to the new school site for Elk Island Catholic School and the tour of Chester Ronning School, we ended the day off with a visit to Hart House Wine and Tapa. This gastropub is locally owned and operated with great food and is an area favorite. I can't wait to show the Premier around to more locally owned businesses in the Camrose constituency in the future. I also welcome all my colleagues to come and check out the great locations that the Camrose constituency has to offer. Come and visit. Here, here.
Honourable members, prior to moving to oral question period, I would like to make a brief statement, and the statement is not in light not with respect to the fact that the Deputy Government House Leader had a conversation with me here at the dais, but those two events are separate. I would like to remind members that while member statements have the widest latitude of freedom of speech here inside the Assembly, I do want members to think carefully about the words that they use in those statements and how they may impact other members of the Assembly, and in particular when making what may be considered to be accusations about what members of the Assembly do, have done, or may do. With that said, we are at oral question period, and the Leader of Her Majesty's Loyal Opposition has question 1.
Mr. Speaker, all Albertans deserve access to a doctor in their communities. Sadly, this Premier ripped up the doctor's contract and then led a prolonged fight with physicians throughout a global pandemic. Today, a new report shows the number of doctors and PCNs across the province who are accepting new patients has dropped by half under just 2 years of this government's leadership. Why doesn't the Premier rise and apologize to the tens of thousands of Albertans who can't see a family doctor right now because of this UCP government's incompetence?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, there are significantly more doctors working for Albertans today than under the NDP. In fact, there's been an increase of 99 physicians billing in Alberta over the first quarter of this year over last year. There are an additional 1,800 nurses, more than under the NDP. And in addition, Mr. Speaker, an increase by 230 the number of paramedics working at Alberta Health Services versus this time last year. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a reflection of our historic investments in healthcare, a $2 billion baseline increase in the budget for Alberta Health.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the Premier continues to cherry-pick the stats and then tell us there is nothing to see here. But yesterday, or 2 days ago, Albertans did have something to see. They saw a lineup of 14 ambulances outside the Red Deer Hospital. Sources tell us this is because they've lost nurses, hospitalists, radiologists, anesthetists, urologists, general surgeons, and good old-fashioned ER docs. The lingering hostility from this Premier's refusal to negotiate a respectful contract is creating parking lot emergency medicine. When can Albertans expect this Premier to step up, sign a proper contract, and stop the bleeding?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, in fact, we did negotiate a respectful contract with the tens of thousands of Alberta nurses after they went through 4 years of no increases under the NDP. This government has provided significant and meaningful increases in compensation that in an agreement that was endorsed by 86% of Alberta nurses. It's true that there's been a significant increase in the number of emergency visits in Red Deer, partly because of the rise in COVID-19 cases requiring hospitalization, plus staff absences due to illness. It's not the first time, certainly under the NDP, we saw a stress under emergency wards at various times.
The Leader of the Opposition.
With all that so-called pressure, this Premier's health budget plans to cut $800 million compared to what they spent last year. It's like talking to a brick wall, only thicker. Meanwhile, new stats show more doctors are leaving. Ambulances lined up outside the ERs. HS telling women they can't deliver babies north, south, east, west in Alberta, and whole cities without access to a family doctor, Mr. Speaker. Instead of taking any responsibility, the Premier puts on a blindfold to go along with the earplugs. What will it take for this Premier to open his eyes and do something to fix the mess he's made?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP leader just uttered an absolute bald-faced falsehood when she claimed that we cut the health budget by $800 million. In 2020, the budget was $21.378 billion, and in the budget just adopted for the fiscal year ahead, it's a $22 billion. Mr. Speaker, there was a $900 million increase in the baseline budget last year, a $600 million increase in the baseline budget this year, in addition to nearly $3 billion of COVID contingency funding for the healthcare system to the highest levels in Alberta history, the second most expensive per capita.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition for a second set of questions.
Mr. Speaker, he's reading the budget wrong, but different conversation, different time. Alberta families are under immense pressure from the rising cost of living. Inflation is at a 30-year high, and Albertans are paying more for food, clothing, and everything else. As columnist Rob Breckenridge correctly pointed out yesterday, the Premier's tax on inflation will now take $1 billion out of the pockets of families at a time when they can least afford it. This regressive tax grab has to end. To the Premier, we've asked this before. Why won't he act today to reverse his unfair and ever-growing tax on Alberta families?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, there's no wrong way of citing the budget numbers. They're just simply numbers. I know the NDP is not good with numbers, which is why they ran up record deficits while raising taxes and wrecking our economy. The health budget was $20.285 billion. That's the baseline budget, Mr. Speaker. The baseline budget in the budget that she voted against. She voted against the $600 million increase, $22.018 billion. That's a $600 million.
The Leader of the Opposition.
You know, when it comes to helping Albertans, it's all about delay with these guys. On Monday, they voted against a deadline for delivering their rebates to Albertans, and meanwhile, the finance minister is musing about maybe getting rid of this mean-spirited tax sometime next year. That is too late. A recent survey shows Albertans are the most financially stressed in Canada. Over half are worried about managing their debt. Albertans shouldn't have to wait for an election year for the Premier to undo his broken promise. Why won't they reverse his unfair tax now?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, this is a tax-cutting government. This is the government that eliminated the largest tax increase in Alberta history, the NDP's carbon tax grab that is costing Albertans, at the average family, $600 a year. But the NDP's not satisfied with that. They want to collaborate with their ally, Justin Trudeau, to increase that by fourfold. Speaking of Justin Trudeau, Mr. Speaker, why did the NDP sign their coalition agreement with him without demanding an increase in the Canada Health Transfer for provinces like Alberta?
The Leader of the Opposition.
Well, the Premier knows Albertans actually get 90% of that one back, and interestingly, that rebate shows up on time. Meanwhile, this Premier is hiking insurance premiums, raising tuition, jacking up school fees, raising property taxes, and abandoning Albertans while their utility bills go through the roof. Mr. Speaker, families will lose $500 per year because of this Premier's regressive tax on inflation. Now, the Premier claimed on Facebook he's keeping an open mind, so let's test it. If we did his work for him and drafted a bill to scrap his tax, would he support it? And why not?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, we said all along that partial de-indexation of the code was a temporary measure to help us address the massive structural deficit left behind by the NDP, which was threatening the province's fiscal future. But thanks to the fiscal discipline of this government, discipline constantly attacked by the NDP, we have presented the first balanced budget in 14 years. We're leading the country in economic growth and in job creation. And yes, Mr. Speaker, as I said in this place before, that liberates us to give options for tax relief, broader tax relief for Albertans, starting with the elimination of the fuel tax.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition for a third set of questions.
They gave $4 billion or more to profitable corporations and took $1 billion out of the pockets of families. Albertans have had it with this UCP government, the incompetence, the infighting, the indifference to the public, and this week they're opening the newspaper and seeing speculation of an early election. It seems, quote unquote, conservative strategists are lining up some options for the Premier should his leadership vote result be less than stellar. Now, Alberta has a fixed election date, one these guys put in, that has the vote May 29th, 2023. Simple question, will he respect it, yes or no?
The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to see the NDP leader is eager for an election. She'll have to wait, though, because it'll be May of 2023, per our commitment to hold a legislative election date. With respect to the corporate income tax, Mr. Speaker, the NDP raised it. They raised it by 20%, and revenues went down for 4 years. This government brought in the job creation tax cut, and now revenues are skyrocketing. Why? Because this economy's taken off, Albertans are getting back to work, and the recovery plan is working.
The Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, his claim that they'll respect the May date is encouraging, but that's not the same tune the Premier sings behind closed doors. Inside UCP caucus meetings, the Premier threatens to call an early election just to intimidate his own members into staying silent. Mr. Speaker, his definition of being too tolerant of dissent is to wield democratic processes like a weapon for his own self-preservation at the expense of Alberta democracy. Does the Premier not realize that Alberta's democratic system should never, ever be used as his own personal caucus management tool?
The Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I've never said any such thing as complete rubbish, Mr. Speaker. I pointed out publicly that in our Westminster parliamentary democracy, if a government loses confidence, there's an election. This government's not going to lose confidence. This government is going to continue to drive Alberta forward into a period of renewed prosperity, leading Canada in economic growth, in job creation, in diversification, in tax reduction. And, Mr. Speaker, yes, we are achieving what we said we would do, creating jobs, growing the economy, getting pipelines built, and building a stronger Alberta.
The Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Well, Mr. Speaker, not a day goes by that Albertans don't come up to me and say they cannot wait for the next election. And while I tend to agree, the lawyer in me has a rather strong preference for following the law. However, Albertans are well aware that this Premier will do whatever he can to skew the rules in his favour. His track record on democracy is one of secrecy, scandal and suspicion. So, I ask him this: will he stand and declare that any Premier who breaks or tries a last-minute rewrite of election law is not worthy of re-election?
Hey, hey. The Honourable the Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's pathetic to see how desperate the NDP has become, that they're spinning these conspiracy theories. This government was elected on a commitment for democratic reform, which is why we brought in the recall law, the Citizens Initiative referenda law, the Senate elections, Mr. Speaker. It's also why we brought in a specific date for the next election so that the Premier can't play games like she did, Mr. Speaker. That has been passed into law. This government will respect that law, Mr. Speaker. And I'll tell you, the most important thing is Albertans will have a chance to choose between going back to the economic disaster of the NDP or forward into a new era of prosperity.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Albertans pay a tax to this government on their insurance policies. As premiums rise, so does the insurance tax revenue the government collects. Budget 2022 projects that insurance premiums and UCP insurance tax revenues are set to soar. After population and inflation are accounted for, this government's own documents show that car insurance premiums will rise by nearly $900 million over the next 3 years. So just how cozy is the Premier's relationship with big insurance lobbyists that he's willing to campaign on taking another $900 million out of Albertans' pockets?
The Honourable the Minister of Finance and the President of Treasury Board.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The opposition's math and the poor use of data is atrocious. Mr. Speaker, they're taking two different data sets, conflating the two and drawing a conclusion that is nowhere near the truth. Here's the truth, Mr. Speaker. 7 automobile insurance marketing companies have offered and requested reductions in automobile insurance premiums.
Order. The Leader of the Opposition has had an opportunity to ask a question. If she'd like to do so, she's welcome to, but not while the Minister is answering the question. The Honourable Minister of Finance.
7 insurance companies have applied to the rate board for reductions, Mr. Speaker. On average, automobile insurance premiums are going down according to the rate board. That's the fact.
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Spin. All we hear is spin, but Albertans never hear the UCP talk about protecting consumers. Not once. Never. Page 205 of the UCP budget shows that since they were elected and over the next 3 years, they will take hundreds of millions more out of people's pockets in insurance taxes. Why? Is that revenue gushing in? Because insurance premiums are skyrocketing. So, if premiums are stabilizing, as we just heard the government claim, why is the revenue that you collect, that you take from people, skyrocketing?
The Honourable, the Minister of Finance, President, Treasury Board.
I'll tell you why, Mr. Speaker, because the economy is rolling, Mr. Speaker. Because we position this economy to disproportionately attract investment, create jobs, and create wealth. That's reflected in this budget document. It's reflected in every line, revenue line of this budget.
The member for Lethbridge West.
More spin, more half-truths or quarter-truths, perhaps no truth at all since this minister was elected. The taxes he takes from us have gone up 56%, and he's only been elected for 3 years. After population and inflation growth, this government is projected to take $900 million out of Albertans' pockets and car insurance premiums over the next 3 years. Why does his own budget show his car insurance premium taxes going through the roof? How can he campaign on even higher premiums? Why not just protect consumers?
The Honourable, the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the fast and loose use of data is atrocious by the members opposite. Here's the facts. On average, according to the rate board, the majority of insurance companies are applying for, hear it, a rate reduction. Here's the other fact. Our economy is starting to roll. The budget reflects it. Every revenue line in this budget reflects it, Mr. Speaker. It reflects increased investment attraction, job creation, increased wealth creation, fiscal capacity, and a balanced budget.
Order, the Honourable Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years, Alberta's tourism industry faced soaring viral case numbers, the disappearance of visitation, high unemployment rates, and now, just as things are widely reopening, crippling labour shortages. Alberta's Rocky Mountains serve as the face of our province on the international stage, and supporting their industry through recovery and into future growth is paramount. Some suggest that mountain parks may recover far in advance of other destinations, which is great news for us. But broadly speaking, can the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation tell us how the sector is doing today as we approach the busy and important summer season?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for that question. Obviously, the tourism industry over the last 2 years has been decimated by the COVID pandemic, Mr. Speaker, and we're working with them hand in hand right now, Mr. Speaker, to get them back to pre-pandemic levels by 2024. That's why we provided Travel Alberta with over $60 million over the next 3 years of additional funding to make sure that we can bring back those visitors to Alberta, Mr. Speaker. We're focusing on routes, we're focusing on marketing, and also making sure that it is a world-class experience from corner to corner here in the province of Alberta.
The Honourable, the Member for Banff, Kananaskis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm glad to hear that recovery is well underway. There's still so much work to be done. Our mountain towns are preparing for pre-pandemic levels of visitation already this summer, but we know that these numbers will not equate to pre-pandemic levels of revenue if the visitors are primarily domestic. Given that Travel Alberta data suggests that international visitors spend far more than domestic visitors every day, this demonstrates the importance of attracting them back and diversifying our tourism economy to offer them higher revenue experiences. So to the same minister, what can be done by this government to facilitate this important work?
The Honourable, the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to re-establish flights around the world, Mr. Speaker, and that's why our Project Bootstrap, working in collaboration with Travel Alberta, is doing just that. They're investing, Mr. Speaker, in the advanced work necessary to create the demand to re-establish routes. They're doing that with airlines. As well, Mr. Speaker, we're working on a whole range of strategies, enhancing the Indigenous tourism opportunities here. People want to experience Indigenous culture when they come to Alberta, as well as food-to-table experiences, Mr. Speaker. I'm a city guy, but there's all these farm experiences out there, Mr. Speaker. People want to be there for that, Mr. Speaker. They want that experience. Alberta has it for them.
The Honourable Member.
Well, thank you again, Minister. Well, given the importance of Alberta's tourism sector to the overall economic recovery of our province, and given that 99% of businesses in our tourism industry are small and medium-sized, owned and operated by hardworking Alberta entrepreneurs, to the same minister, on behalf of the business community in Banff, Kananaskis, members of which were recently recognized as Alberta's #1 mid-sized chamber of commerce, how will our government carry out this strategy to guarantee the growth and success of Alberta's tourism sector?
The Honourable, the Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the member knows that Banff is the busiest national park in the entire country, Mr. Speaker. But on top of that, we have the second busiest and the 9th busiest parks in Jasper and Waterton, Mr. Speaker. But on top of that, we have Drumheller. We've got the Peace Country, Mr. Speaker. We've got your constituency of Olds, Mr. Speaker. We have so many opportunities to share the wonderful landscape and the culture of Alberta with the world, Mr. Speaker. We're also seeing right now the beginning of events coming back to Alberta. Just right now, there are 2,000 people at the Hydrogen Conference, Mr. Speaker. Delegates delegations from around the world. That's the plan. We're going to get tourism back in here in Alberta.
The honourable member for Edmonton City Centre has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Monday, Albertans spotted 14 ambulances lined up outside the Red Deer Hospital carrying patients in need of care left waiting to access the emergency room. Emergency patients left to be cared for in the parking lot. Imagine the stress and anxiety they and the paramedics caring for them felt. Parking lot medicine is not acceptable, but it's happening as a direct result of the chaos in public health care caused by this government. So will the Minister of Health stand in this House, apologize to these patients and the people of Red Deer for failing them on their right to access quality health care when and where they need it?
The Honourable, the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for this important question. Mr. Speaker, as we've spoken many times in the House, the emergency system is seeing a high number of patients across Alberta. The Red Deer Regional Hospital Centre has experienced a surge of demand in recent days due to high volumes of seriously ill patients, a rise in COVID-19 cases requiring hospitalization, and staff absences. On Monday, the hospital activated overcapacity protocols to help address patient flow, including transferring existing inpatients who can safely have their care needs met at continuing care facilities or at home, discharging patients to community settings where it's safe to do so. Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the challenges that the system is facing, and I'm pleased to speak more about how our approach to actually address EMS in particular. Mr. Speaker, we are expanding capacity across the entire system, including EMS and in our hospital system.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Given, Mr. Speaker, that these pressures created by hospital beds that are closed, by the way, across central Alberta, have added to this crisis, and that is on this government. And given that while people are suffering in Red Deer parking lots, unable to get the care they need, and these 14 ambulances wait in line, they were prevented from being able to respond to other calls. And given this province is trying to claim its new EMS strategy will deliver better results for communities, they aren't seeing it. Will the minister explain how this government let us get to this point in the first place, and what he will do today to ensure we never have a line of ambulances trapped providing care in a parking lot outside the Red Deer Hospital ever again?
The Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member knows, and we've spoken in this chamber numerous times, there has been an increase in call volume since last August, a 30% increase for EMS. And Mr. Speaker, our government is taking action. A number of months ago, we announced a 10-point plan, Mr. Speaker, to be able to address dispatch issues as well as resources. Mr. Speaker, in Budget 2022, we put $64 million into our EMS system to add additional resources, and that includes, Mr. Speaker, another 12-hour shift per day for ambulances in Red Deer. In addition, we appointed an advisory committee to look at issues across the entire system, and I'm looking forward to their report very soon.
The Minister, or the Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Given, Mr. Speaker, that all of these investments, all of these plans is the government trying to fix the system they broke and pushed to the limits. And given that this government undermined doctors, ridiculed nurses, has moved to cut wages across the sector and did so during a global pandemic and are now moving to mass privatization while hospitals are still at the breaking point. And given the answers we're getting today are just not acceptable, the people of Red Deer deserve to be heard. And given they're represented by a cabinet minister, the Minister of Education, will she stand and apologize for her failure to advocate for her constituents at the cabinet table to prevent these kinds of crises for the people of Red Deer?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before many times in this House, we are investing in our capacity system in healthcare across the system. Mr. Speaker, that includes $1.8 billion to expand the Red Deer Hospital. Mr. Speaker, we are focused on improving. And Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated in this House before, this is not a new issue. The Honourable Member across the way mentioned in regards to the unfortunate issue of people leaving emergency departments at the U of A hospital yesterday. Well, Mr. Speaker, under the previous government, it wasn't 10%, which was this most recent quarter. It was even higher. It was 12% people leaving. Mr. Speaker, I say that not because that this government, the previous government, didn't.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Mr. Speaker, Albertans know about the threat that wildfire poses to our communities. Everyone remembers the devastation that was inflicted by Slave Lake, Wood Buffalo, and Paddle Prairie wildfires. It's been reported that while firefighters are normally on contract until the end of September, this government has made the decision to end those contracts at least a month earlier. History shows we have fires in September.
Can the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry tell this House why this government is removing firefighters right now when all the evidence points out we'll need them more than ever to keep our communities safe?
The Honourable, the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just start by saying, nothing's more important or more of a priority for this department than the safety of Albertans, safety of Albertan communities, protection of their property. And that's why it's a little hard to hear. I know where this question came from. It came from, I know you'll be shocked, a misguiding press release from the AUPE. I know. I wish it wasn't that way. I wish it wasn't that way. The facts are these, Mr. Speaker. We flex up our staffing. We flex up our equipment because big shocker. There's snow on the ground a lot in the winter. I can get into that offline about snow.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, Mr. Speaker, given that I actually have copies of those contracts and they compare to last year versus this year, and given that the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has reported that we should expect to see more extreme weather in the future, including wildfires, and given that I've heard that this government is ending wildfire contracts a month earlier and has even cut the budget for wildfire fighting by 8 to 12%, putting communities at risk, can the minister look to the camera, explain to those communities impacted by wildfires and those that are fearful of the future wildfires how he plans on saving their communities that are at risk?
The Honourable the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry and Rural Economic Development.
Mr. Speaker, there isn't a budget reduction. As that member well knows, we went through it in great detail and estimates. We have a stable budget after a very manageable fire season last year, where we not only protected Alberta and Albertans, but we were leaned on by Ontario, Quebec, British Columbia, states, Mexico. We are doing things in this province in a way that we're looked to by our neighbouring provinces to help ensure the protection of all Canadians.
Member for Edmonton Manning.
Well, again, given, Mr. Speaker, that the last wildfire we had was actually September 11th in Waterton, and we don't have staff that are hired until the end of September, and given that short-staffing wildfire fighting forces will put lives, communities, and the economy at risk, and given that while science tells us that we could face more wildfires in the future, this government is leaving Alberta less prepared. And given that 2 months into the wildfire season, the UCP have left the workforce 60 workers short, along with positions that are going to end early. Can the minister explain when will the wildfire forces be up and ready to go and train?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, our last wildfire was not in September. We've had 123 wildfires since January 1st. We continue to put out the wildfires outside of the legislated fire season. There's currently 12 wildfires in the province. 9 are under control, 3 are being held. There was 3 fires that burnt all winter. We continue to do our job, put out the fires. We flex up in the appropriate season. It's efficient for the province, the taxpayer, and it's safe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, Albertans have proven that they are resilient and up for any task, any challenge. The first 3 months of 2022 have shown that Alberta's economy is not only recovering, but the full truth is it's rolling. Could the Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation tell this House how many additional jobs that we have seen created in this province?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to that member for question. And he is right. Alberta's economy is rolling, Mr. Speaker. Since the beginning of last year, we've had over 150,000 jobs. That bears repeating. 150,000 plus jobs since the beginning of last year. And right now, Mr. Speaker, Alberta's economy is more diversified than ever. Mr. Speaker, the NDP don't like that. They're chirping right now, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? Our unemployment rate is lower than December of 2018. Who was in office in December of 2018? The NDP.
The Honourable the Member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that is great news, and given that our economy continues to grow, and given that new companies are coming to invest right here in Alberta, and further given that these investments are in addition to the absolutely amazing great local businesses that are already thriving here and around our province, To the same minister, could you tell us a bit about the industry sector's diversification that we are currently seeing throughout this province?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, when we started the recovery plan over 2 years ago, Mr. Speaker, we knew at that point in time Alberta needed to diversify. And Mr. Speaker, it is happening faster than we ever could have forecasted. Mr. Speaker, the film and television industry literally doubled, Mr. Speaker. Right now, across Alberta, the largest TV series in Canadian history, HBO's The Last of Us, is happening. Our tech sector, Mr. Speaker, is absolutely booming. The first quarter numbers that came out, Mr. Speaker, over $200 million of venture capital in the first 3 months. Contrast that to 2017. Who was in office saying, oh yeah, the NDP, $37 million in an entire year, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that this growth hasn't happened by accident, and given that there are so many other reasons to be optimistic about Alberta's economic future, and given that our government has stayed committed to supporting economic growth in this province, could the Minister of Red Tape Reduction tell us about how the government is reducing red tape to help these companies thrive here in Alberta?
The Honourable the Associate Minister of Red Tape Reduction.
Well, thank you to the member for the question. Alberta's government committed to cutting red tape by 1/3, and with over 25% cut so far, we are well on our way to becoming the freest and fastest moving jurisdiction in North America. Earlier this week, we introduced Bill 21, which will help Alberta businesses by supporting mobile businesses, by enabling intermunicipal business licenses, and streamline processes saving cooperatives over $36,000 a year. In addition, previously we had brought in common sense approaches and changes such as enabling the creation of entertainment districts, streamlining grant applications for producers and food manufacturers, and so much more.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Over and over, my constituents and I have called on this government to get the new South Edmonton Hospital back on track. As we all know, it's been over 30 years since a new hospital was built in Edmonton, and the population has only continued to grow. During a time when Albertans have been struggling with so much, including the healthcare system almost collapsing due to the UCP's mishandling of the pandemic, and while we see the government boasting about its balanced budget, my question to the Minister of Infrastructure is simple. How can he justify the delay with no anticipated open date of the new South Edmonton Hospital when it is such an important piece of public health care?
The Honourable the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the large project like Edmonton Hospital has to go through multiple steps of planning, design, procurement, and construction. And I updated this particular member a few times already in this house, outside the house, that we are going through those steps. There was, right now on the site, the underground utilities are being set. That work is going on well, except last year because of the ground freeze, there was slight delay, but the work is tracking on time, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that this minister originally said it was going to be a 5-year delay, and then in estimates this year announced it would be an indefinite delay for this project, and given that this minister also previously stated the government was considering using projects such as P3 approaches for this hospital, and given that this has disastrously failed in other jurisdictions such as Saskatchewan, and given that the government of Alberta, and this minister in particular, has a poor track record with P3 schools as well, can the minister commit that he will learn from these mistakes and not impose this detrimental approach and put the safety and well-being of our public health care system at risk?
The Honourable the Minister of Infrastructure.
I was looking up in the gallery. Even the minister from Saskatchewan couldn't believe about P3 failures there. So I don't know what the member is talking about. But we haven't decided this is going through a P3 procurement method yet, because we haven't reached that stage, Mr. Speaker, yet. So we decide based on the best value for the taxpayers of Alberta and how soon we can, how we can utilize the private finance to build this facility on time, on budget.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that the lessons this minister seems to be learning from Saskatchewan is how the Battlefords Hospital's roof actually collapsed and closed all healthcare in that region for over a year, and given that Alberta's healthcare system continues to be in danger due to this government's risky policies, and given that the government of Alberta's project's website does not provide any information regarding the schedule of the South Edmonton Hospital, can the constituents and Albertans that live in Edmonton expect and receive from this minister a clear date on when we can see a hospital opening? Thank you.
The Honourable the Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, there are projects across Alberta happening. The infrastructure investments is unprecedented, including in that in that particular member's own riding. Me and the Minister of Infrastructure, yesterday we were there blessing the school site together with the Catholic faith community. I don't know what the risk the member is talking about unless he hacked something and found some risk. I would ask him to share those risks with me and I'll try to eliminate them.
The honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
This morning, the City of Calgary announced the first round of funding to support empty office conversions as part of their plan to drive down the vacancy rate and revitalize the downtown. Noticeably absent from any of this with the UCP. All they could muster for downtown Calgary in their last budget was $4 million, an amount the CEO of the Calgary Chamber called, quote, absolutely inadequate. Yeah. Meanwhile, downtown Calgary continues to struggle. Why is this government refusing to lift a finger to support an area that has long served as a fundamental part of Alberta's economy and has generated tremendous wealth for the people of this province?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And we've just received the Downtown Working Group's recommendations, Mr. Speaker, and we'll be making that public here in the next little while. But, Mr. Speaker, thank God the NDP have not been in office for the last 3 years, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I say that, this government has been laser focused on attracting investment, Mr. Speaker, creating jobs, 150,000 jobs, Mr. Speaker, since the beginning of last year. Now, Mr. Speaker, under the NDP, license plates from across the country disappeared. But all of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, people are moving into Alberta. We will not apologize for our economic track record. It's amazing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Given that Quebec, Ontario, BC, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan have lower unemployment rates than Alberta, and given that Calgary's downtown vacancy rate still sits at 33% according to CBRE, the highest level in the country, in fact, the number of head offices under the UCP have fallen, and given that Calgary still has the highest unemployment rate of any major Canadian city, and given that we've already put forward our own plan to bring new energy to downtown, meanwhile, this government sits on its hands on the sidelines and attacks everyone else's plan. Is their only wish that
the
they
Honourable Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation?
Mr. Speaker, sometimes they toss you a beach ball, and I absolutely love it, Mr. Speaker. It's time for an NDP legacy tour from the worst finance minister in Alberta's history, Mr. Speaker. This government has balanced the budget, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, we have talked about in Alberta for decades and decades about diversification. But right now, Mr. Speaker, the film industry doubled, Mr. Speaker. The tech sector booming. Logistics people, Mr. Speaker, they're leaving BC. They're coming to Alberta for logistics, Mr. Speaker, because of a business environment. The past finance minister did not understand business. We do. That's creating jobs.
The Honourable the member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Given that the UCP have contributed nothing to the Calgary's revitalization plan downtown, and given that we've released our own plan to support downtown Calgary that includes direct support for the city as well as a focus on economic diversification, and given that just last night our caucus held a consultation on ways to further refine and improve our proposals, and given that this finance minister said economic diversification is a luxury he can't afford and he won't put money towards, and it's not his job to help the largest city in our province that continues to struggle. Is this government refusing to put a single idea on the table? We want to see them.
The Honourable, the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, we're acting on many ideas. I'll remind the Honourable Member of the Rivers, Calgary Rivers CRL, which will provide $55 million a year for 40 years into downtown Calgary. That's $2 billion, Mr. Speaker. On top of the $5 million in this year's budget, Arts Common, $200 million. Mr. Speaker, the Repsol Centre, $20 million. The Calgary Stampede Sam Centre, $5 million. Wow. The St. John Ware, $41 million. Mr. Speaker, we are busy helping Calgary.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, West Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 3 weeks ago, I stood here and asked about my constituents' options in response to a shortage of physicians with surgical skills in the Whitecourt Healthcare Centre. At that time, the AHS North Zone had told my constituents that the hospital would temporarily be unable to offer C-sections until April 13th. But on April 8th, Alberta Health Services announced that they are temporarily pausing all obstetrical services at the Whitecourt Healthcare Centre for a month. To the Minister of Health, my constituents are frustrated. They want to know what is going on and what is causing these physician shortages.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Honourable Member for representing his constituents. Mr. Speaker, this situation is concerning. Families deserve to know that they can safely receive health care services wherever they are in our province. There are 2 physicians providing obstetric services in Whitecourt. However, Mr. Speaker, a personal leave of absence and on-call unavailability mean the clinic can't operate at normal levels right now. I want to ensure that AHS plans to resume services in Whitecourt by May the 8th. Prenatal patients in Whitecourt will continue to receive care from their family physician, and we'll solve this problem over the next
Honourable Member for West Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister. Given that obstetrics is a high-risk surgical practice that requires a team of experts with specialized skills, given that there are many doctors with international medical credentials wanting to move to Alberta to provide health care, can the same minister explain how we can swiftly evaluate international medical graduates so my constituents can receive the same level of care as any other Albertan?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obstetrics, like all specializations, are highly skilled, highly specialized field of medicine. As a result, AHS works with the College of Physicians and Surgeons to ensure that every doctor applying to work in Alberta meets the same standards of practice. International medical graduates, or IMGs, must pass an assessment to certify they meet the same minimum standards for any doctor trained in Canada. IMGs are valuable members of our communities, and recruiting and assessing more so we can serve Albertans to the highest level of care. We are looking to recruit more, Mr. Speaker, and we will do so.
The Honourable Member for West Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you again, Minister. Given that for months now, I've been unable to explain to my constituents why Whitecourt is lacking services, and given that we need a plan to fix these shortages so my constituents do not need to be transported to a city over 2 hours away for medical treatment. Once again to the Minister of Health, how and when will this reoccurring issue be fixed permanently?
The Minister.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member. As the member knows, there are 13 physicians practicing in Whitecourt, 7 of whom have hospital privileges. A lack of obstetric-trained doctors in Whitecourt meant AHS will temporarily divert expectant mothers to the nearby Edson Healthcare Facility or another location of their choice. Edson has well-established information transfer processes with Whitecourt. We're committed to providing services for rural Albertans. We're spending $90 million to recruit and retain rural doctors in Budget 2022, and we'll continue to focus to actually get doctors into rural Alberta.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular, McCall.
As the pandemic was starting, the UCP introduced a bill designed to reduce the supports available to victims of crime by dismantling the Victim of Crime Fund. Since that time, they have changed the supports available, and this has resulted in victims having to either pay out of pocket for recovery from their trauma or not having access to supports at all. Simple question: will the Minister of Justice commit to reversing these harmful changes that are re-traumatizing victims?
The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
None of that is true, Mr. Speaker, and what did happen is that the fund included other focuses as well, including focuses on public safety. We continue to provide funding to victims who require it, and we have now received a report from 2 MLAs who have helped us with advice and recommendations regarding how victim services funding can be provided and make sure that funding, as much funding can be provided to victims and the supports can be provided to victims in the community as possible. We're looking forward and moving forward with that report and being able to make sure that victims get the funding and the services they need.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Boular, McCall.
Given that victims of crime deserve to have access to the support they need to fully heal, and given that leaving victims with the only option available to them is to sue the perpetrator through the court system, further traumatizes victim, and given that the Justice Statute Bill currently before the legislature solidifies this government's agenda to leave victims out in cold, can the minister name any one person or one organization that supports the changes they made to this program or tells them that the reductions are
the Honourable Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General.
Well, yes, Mr. Speaker, and that's why we've continued to work with our victim services organizations throughout the province and to continue to work with all the great engagement work that was done by the MLAs who helped us provide those recommendations so we can move forward in 22 to be able to work forward in working to improve the services provided to those victims, make sure that the services continue to be sustainable and available to those victims so that we can continue to improve the entire system throughout the province for those victims.
The honourable member.
Given that the Victim of Crime Fund has been rated to make up for the reckless cuts this government made to the Justice Department budget, and given that we know survivors of crime like Emma Wilson have made it loud and clear that lack of sports is hindering healing and recovery, and given that this government still refuses to release the report of the working group on sport for victims of crime, what is this minister hiding? When can we expect to see the report? How much longer do survivors have to wait?
The Minister of Justice.
Well, fairly soon, as I said, Mr. Speaker. And in the meantime, the interim Victims Assistance Program is available to support victims in ways that the previous program didn't. A couple examples, Mr. Speaker, for the honourable member: helping victims with out-of-pocket expenses resulting from violent crime, giving victims of serious violent crime, and including those who are victims of sexual assault and families of homicide victims, quick access to counselling, and then as well reimbursing victims and witnesses for the expenses that are related to attending court and for support reasons.
The honourable member for Edmonton West Henday has a question.
I was looking forward to finally seeing new condominium legislation in Alberta so that condo owners would finally have a tribunal process to settle disputes. This is a process the NDP engaged on and something the UCP claimed they would support. But with the new legislation completely ignoring it, and while powers are being given to condo corporations to fine owners without due process. So why is there no tribunal process in the bill, and when will the Minister of Service Alberta introduce one, or is this just another broken promise?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our government has looked at options for dispute resolution for condominium owners, boards and corporations, and we know that there is in fact value in a system that is an alternative to the courts. At this time, Mr. Speaker, we're not pursuing a condominium tribunal. However, again, as we know that there is value in this type of system, it's something that we're open to looking at in the future.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday.
Well, given that without a tribunal, if an owner opposes fees set on them, they will be forced to go to the courts, and given that the UCP have made significant cuts to the justice system and as a result cases are moving slowly, condo disputes should be handled in a tribunal, not the courts. I'm concerned that this legislation will cause condo owners to be assumed guilty until they are proven innocent, and given without a tribunal there is no due process, how does the Minister of Service Alberta justify condo owners being able to receive new fines without providing an easy way to challenge them?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said, while this is something that does have merit, it's not something that we're looking at this time. In the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we do encourage condominium owners, boards and corporations to use existing resources in addition to the courts, such as alternative resolution services for mediating disputes.
Given that the Minister of Service Alberta finally admitted that he will not deliver on updating health cards from paper to plastic, it is clear that this is a trend of broken promises, as he has also failed to deliver on creating tribunal processes for condo owners. But given that the Minister has been working overtime to support the Premier on his leadership review and in fact is also weighing into the federal Conservative leadership race too, why is the Minister of Service Alberta so focused on partisan survival while failing to do his job and deliver on the promises he made to Albertans?
The Honourable the Minister of Children's Services.
Mr. Speaker, I know in fact that the Minister of Service Alberta would just be happy to have finally gotten a question from the members opposite, so thank you very much for that. We know that Albertans want more convenience with their government-issued documents, Mr. Speaker. We've been working closely with the Ministry of Health to explore options to give Albertans the option to add their personal health number onto their driver's license or ID card. The Ministry of Health, Mr. Speaker, has of course been focused on protecting Albertans throughout the pandemic, but we remain focused on making life better for Albertans and continue to consider options to reduce red tape and modernize our services for Albertans.
The Honourable Member for Livingston-McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have seen very important changes to Alberta Health Services in the last month. AHS employees and Albertans with friends or family members in healthcare have been calling for the removal of senior management for years. For years, Albertans have been frustrated, upset, and disappointed with long wait times, lack of access to physicians, and issues with EMS availability, just to name a few. but new management could mean more problems. To the Minister of Health, what is being done to build a better AHS system for employees and everyday Albertans?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member for this important question. Mr. Speaker, Albertans are elected our government on an aggressive platform of renewal and transformation in healthcare, and we are keeping that promise. Mr. Speaker, we promise to provide every Albertan who needs scheduled surgery within clinically appropriate wait times and committed to similar improvements in MRI and CT scans, and we are making progress. These much-needed improvements will foster a better environment for patients and for staff as pressures ease throughout the system. We're also moving forward with the most significant renewal and modernization and continuing care and investing in capacity in our overall healthcare system.
The Honourable Member for Livingston-McLeod.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for his response. Given that these changes to senior management will take time when it comes to choosing the right individuals for the role, and given that the previous financial mismanagement and an unhealthy culture within AHS has been expressed by frontline workers, once again to the Minister of Health, with the restructuring of a $23 billion company responsible for over 100,000 employees, will Albertans see a rebuilt AHS system with better financial management, better attitude, and a better culture, and a healthy environment for frontline workers?
The Honourable the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again to the member. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's frontline healthcare workers are the backbone of our healthcare system, and I'd like to take a moment to once again thank them for all their tremendous work, particularly through challenging times of COVID-19. Now, frontline services and quality patient care are at the forefront of what we're trying to achieve, whether that's adding surgical capacity through chartered surgical facilities outside AHS, including 35,000 recently announced publicly funded cataract and non-cataract surgeries this year, or addressing EMS pressures through AHS's 10-point plan and through our advisory committee. Mr. Speaker, we are investing in capacity.
The Honourable Member.
Given that employees of AHS have endured and pushed through the problems and struggles of a pandemic for the last 2 years, and given that they did so with limited healthcare capacity inside our hospitals and limited ICU units, and given so many nurses and doctors spoke up surrounding the issues when it came to capacity during the pandemic, again, to the same minister, why was AHS unable to deliver the proper capacity levels needed during surging waves of COVID-19?
The Minister of Health.
Thank you again to the honourable member. Mr. Speaker, Alberta's healthcare workers battled through extraordinary circumstances in the past 2 years, and again, I want to say thank you. Mr. Speaker, AHS did respond with capacity to meet the needs of each wave that we've experienced through COVID, but it came at a cost in certain waves in regards to postponed surgeries. So that's why we're investing $100 million each year over the next 3 years, Mr. Speaker, to increase and sustain 50 additional ICU beds, to bring ICU capacity in line with other provinces. And again, Mr. Speaker, Budget 22 is committing increased capacity across our entire system, $600 million this year, the next year, and the year after that.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are living in unparalleled times, colleagues. The short-sighted quick-fix solutions implemented by the NDP before Albertans fired them have caused a utility price emergency. Constituents in my riding of Sherwood Park are fearing that gas and electricity prices will become unmanageable and unaffordable in the near future. Albertans need relief now, Mr. Speaker. To the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity, can you tell my constituents and Albertans when they can expect natural gas rebates to begin?
The Minister of Jobs, Economy and Innovation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The members opposite are getting a little fired up right now, Mr. Speaker, but you know what? I can understand why. When they were in office, they were more focused on hiring people to come into your house to screw in a light bulb than they were focused on the economy, Mr. Speaker. Right now, Alberta is booming. We have over 150,000 jobs since the beginning of last year. We're also providing relief at the pumps with electricity and with natural gas, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, there are jobs here in this province, Mr. Speaker. That's a good sign. People are moving to our province because they believe in its future.
The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that the energy rebate program will kick in next winter to ensure European-style price hikes do not become a reality in Alberta, and given that the price of energy is unstable and unpredictable in current times, and given that the citizens of Alberta live in various housing situations, to the Minister, can they tell Albertans what living quarters will be eligible for the natural gas rebate?
The Honourable the Minister of Jobs, the Economy and Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we're working on implementing the natural gas rebate at the fastest possible instance, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, the member raises a very good point about energy security, something the members opposite know absolutely nothing about, Mr. Speaker. The second most powerful politician in the U.S., Senator Manchin, came to Alberta to work with our government to make sure that we have energy security across North America. The last thing we want is a European-style energy spike, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP want to bring to Canada.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. Given that this government has created new and innovative legislation to help Albertans heat their homes through difficult economic times, and given that the NDP Liberal carbon tax will have extremely detrimental effects on Albertans' wallets, and given that Albertans also face high prices for other utilities to run their household, can the Minister tell Albertans how this government plans to assist with costs regarding electricity in these uncertain times?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're helping people at the pumps, we're helping people with electricity, and we're helping them with their natural gas bills. Mr. Speaker, the NDP are chirping right now. Where were they to oppose the carbon tax, Mr. Speaker? Absolutely nowhere. They were arm in arm. They wanted to go higher, Mr. Speaker. We won't let that happen, Mr. Speaker. We're going to continue to fight for Albertans every single day to make sure they have affordable power and an amazing way of life. And, Mr. Speaker, low taxes with a balanced budget in Alberta.
Oh, honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for oral question period. In 30 seconds or less, we will continue to the remainder of the daily routine.
Presenting reports by standing and special committees.
The Honourable Member for Leduc-Beaumont.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Standing Committee on Private Bills, Private Members' Public Bills, I am pleased to present the committee's final report on Bill 205, Human Tissue and Organ Donation Mandatory Referral Amendment Act 2022, sponsored by the Honourable Member for Highwood. This bill was referred to the committee on March 31st, 2022. Mr. Speaker, the report recommends that Bill 205 proceed, and I request concurrence of the Assembly in the final report on Bill 205.
Honourable members, this is a motion for concurrence that is debatable pursuant to Standing Order 18. This is an opportunity, if anyone would like to speak to the motion for concurrence, to please rise. I see the Honourable Member has risen. That debate will take place at the next available Monday.
Presenting petitions. Notices of motions.
The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to give oral notice of Bill 23, Professional Governments Act, sponsored by the Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Are there other notices? Do you have a notice of motion or a table? Okay. Oh, correction. Honourable members, I believe that the Deputy Government House Leader is just about to propose a unanimous consent request to return to tabling reports, tabling returns and reports. Correction, presenting reports by standing or special committee, as unfortunately the Speaker passed over the chair of the PAC committee, so I wondered if he might be willing to make a unanimous consent request to return.
Well, most certainly, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask unanimous consent from the Assembly to return to presenting reports by standing and special committees.
Members, this is a request for unanimous consent to return to presenting reports by standing and special committee. I will ask only one question. Is there anyone opposed? Please indicate now. Seeing none, The honourable member for Lethbridge West with apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just simply rise as Chair of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I wish to table on behalf of the committee the appropriate number of copies of the 2021 annual report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and to assure the public that a copy of this report will also be available on the Legislative Assembly website shortly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, members. Go ahead, Shannon.
Introduction of bills.
The Honourable, the Associate Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Rural Economic Development, on behalf of the Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity to move first reading of Bill 22, the Electricity Statutes Modernizing Alberta's Electricity Grid Amendment Act 2022. This legislation will allow for much-needed modernization of our electricity grid, ensuring it can meet the needs of consumers for years to come while maintaining energy affordability.
Honourable members, the Minister of Agriculture and Forestry, on behalf of the Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity, has moved first reading of Bill 22, Electricity Statutes Modernizing Alberta's Electricity Grid Amendment Act 2022. All those in favour of the motion for first reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried until ordered.
Bill 22, Electricity Statutes Modernizing Alberta's Electricity Grid Amendment Act 2022 is now read a first time. Tabling returns and reports.
Honourable members, are there tablings? The Honourable member for Lethbridge West also has a tabling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a couple of items that I have made reference to in debate over the last week or so. One is a letter to the Education Minister from the Lethbridge School Division Board of Trustees indicating a couple of concerns, one with the requirements for assessment and reporting for learning loss funding, and the other with some fairly sharp concerns about the implementation of the new draft curriculum.
Are there others?
I have one other.
Please continue.
Speaker. I have also the quarterly update of the College of Physicians and Surgeons for Alberta, the Physician Resources in Alberta, indicating a net loss of 13 doctors in Lethbridge alone, and a number of other places losing physicians in a net way.
Are there others? Go ahead, Jen.
Tablings to the clerk. I wish to advise the Assembly that the following document was deposited with the Office of the Clerk on behalf of Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Minister of Advanced Education. Supplemental responses to questions raised by Mr. Egan, Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest, March 16, 2022, Ministry of Advanced Education 2022-23, main estimates debate.
Honourable members, orders of the day, orders du jour.
Government bills and orders for second reading. Bill 15, Education Reforming Teacher Profession Discipline Amendment Act 2022. Adjourned debate, Mrs. Fry.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
They don't have to. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise. I'll keep my remarks brief, as I know we have much to get on the record today, and a few bills that we need to discuss. I've not yet. I did want to get on the record for second reading of Bill 15, Education Reforming Teacher Profession Discipline Amendment Act 2022. Now, I have to say, you know, it's been a common theme today to have to comment on the fact that, you know, we've seen time and time again from this government multiple opportunities to present legislation, you know, that would really dramatically improve the lives of Albertans. And, you know, just today I've already had the chance to speak to multiple bills, and, you know, just this morning upon reflection with Bill 11, which is the Continuing Care Act, and gosh, what else did I speak about this morning? Bill 16 on insurance. You know, those were opportunities for government to really listen to Albertans and you know, come back to their constituents and be able to say that, you know what, we are listening. And here's some, you know, in the case of insurance as an example, here's something that will really, you'll see an impact in your pocketbook, a positive impact for once, because we know many of you are struggling with, you know, higher and higher skyrocketing auto insurance premiums. And, you know, they didn't, right? Instead, they chose to just do a little bit of housekeeping, same thing along with Bills 11, 12 others, the list goes on. And, you know, I frame my comments in response to Bill 15 in a similar way, you know, just because I hear nonstop from my constituents, not just teachers, although I know many folks in this chamber are probably tired of me talking about my time as a teacher and working in education. The member from Calgary-Buffalo is shaking his head, meaning he probably would like to hear more of my tales from teaching, and I'd be happy to share those. But you know, truly, I do pride myself in being very open to folks reaching out to me from across this province. And I hear from a lot of teachers. I hear from a lot of parents, and in fact, I even hear from some students, which. You know, the former social studies teacher in me is always quite keen when students are engaged, because after all, a key pillar of our current social studies curriculum, in fact, social studies curriculum that was developed under the progressive conservatives, one that received international attention for how visionary it was, and one that I was proud to implement in the classroom as a teacher, and also work a little bit on a curriculum developed through a rigorous process of including countless stakeholders, including piloting in classrooms across the province, and not just in one school division in northern Alberta that was willing to take it on, like we see with the proposed UCP curriculum. My point in saying all that about the social studies curriculum, the current social studies curriculum that I was proud to teach, is that a key pillar of that is active, engaged citizenship. So it sure is nice to be able to hear from students who are engaged in the process. And I say all this because, you know, the issues that I hear from folks associated with schools, which is a whole lot of us, in fact, probably nearly everybody in this room has a connection to schools, right? Well, you all do, in fact, because you all have schools in your constituency, but you also have family members who attend schools, who work at schools. You were all students at one point, right? And what do we hear from those, well, I'll call them stakeholders, that's such a governmenty term, but those impacted by education? They talk about things like how COVID has impacted learning loss. My colleague from Edmonton, Glenora, spoke quite eloquently on Bill 15. Gosh, might have been yesterday, might have been the day prior, might have been 2 years ago, I don't know, time is confusing. But the point is, she talked a little bit about that too, about just, you know, the real fears from teachers and from education workers, EAs as an example, and parents about the impacts of COVID on learning. We hear about the ongoing disrespect shown towards teachers and education staff over the last 2+ years, right? No more stark of an example than the laying off of 20,000 plus education workers on a Saturday via Twitter from this education minister. And what a slap on the face that was, being told that they weren't needed, that their work wasn't valuable, when these were education workers, particularly education assistants, who were doing so much, going above and beyond to support students in their transition to online learning. I had an EA reach out to me right after that happened. Was it May of 2021? Again, time is confusing, my apologies. But I remember an EA reaching out to me and just saying, like, I've literally been working. She's like, I'm not complaining because this is my job, but I've literally been working nonstop. I've been connecting with students at home, right? And hearing from, folks in my riding where, you know, we've got some incredible schools that support kids, kids in what we might call the inner city in my Boyle Street neighborhood. St. Teresa of Calcutta School, an amazing school that does so much to support kids, but so many of them are newcomers, and many of them live below the poverty line and are not, don't have internet at home, as an example, right? And so having education staff who are trying to help and trying to pivot, particularly when kids don't have the resources to learn effectively online at home. So that's something we're hearing. We're hearing from teachers and school staff and parents about the fact that, listen, we've got rising enrollment, yet 1,000 fewer teachers in classrooms. We've got a government that's refusing to truly fund enrollment growth, despite the spin that you'll hear from them. We've got a government that's refusing to invest in schools, refusing to listen to one of their largest school boards, the Edmonton Public School Board, that asked in their capital plan, hey, Delton School, it needs an update. It needs a modernization. It needs a new school. In fact, Delton School, I know, happens to be in Edmonton Highlands, Norwood, so I'm a little sensitive to this one, because that education minister chose not to fund it, chose not to listen to the Albertans that she's purported to represent, right? And so I could go on, and my point being, it's really hard to trust this government on education when issue after issue, and of course you all know me, my love of curriculum, working in curriculum for about 8 years under consecutive PC ministers, and then the NDP education minister. I saw how well and how thought out curriculum was developed, taking an evidence-based approach. And yet, we've seen that this government has bungled that. And so, with this bill, Bill 15, rather than respect our teachers and ensure they have the resources that they need to help students thrive in a safe and caring environment, they took away the supports that are needed. They're forging ahead with that curriculum. They're pausing on building schools. And so, no wonder that when me and my NDP colleagues, and perhaps UCP MLAs as well, I can't speak for them, but I know we talk a lot about what we hear from our constituents on this side. When we're out knocking on doors, when we're flipping through our email inboxes, listening to our voicemails, checking our social media, no wonder education is a top issue. It absolutely is, and it will continue to be. And so Bill 15 does nothing to address the big issues in education that we're hearing about. And so, if this government doesn't, if our constituents don't trust this government on that whole list of education issues that I just mentioned, it's no wonder that they also don't trust this government when it comes to the professional conduct process and what we have outlined in Bill 15. A process where that minister alone can set the standards for professional conduct, and she can change them essentially on a whim, unilaterally. That minister is asking Albertans, is asking my constituents who care deeply about education, is asking teachers, is asking parents, is asking students to just trust her. How could we possibly trust a minister who's asking Albertans to allow her to be both the judge and the jury? So instead of listening to Albertans and making tangible suggestions for a piece of legislation that could support teachers and education stakeholders across this province, this government is forging ahead with Bill 15. And so, with that, I know we'll have much more to say on Bill 15 in committee, and I'm looking forward to that conversation. And I hope that we'll get an opportunity to hear more from the minister and as well from UCP MLAs who have, I'm certain should have lots to say on this, because I can't imagine, well, I know this for a fact because I've knocked on many of their, not many, I won't exaggerate, but some of their I've knocked in some of their ridings, and certainly education is a top issue. Curriculum comes up a whole lot on the doors, right? I must admit, I don't think, I'm trying to just rack my brain here, but I don't think I've heard from constituents or from folks that I've met with in other ridings across this province concerns about the professional conduct process, right? So with that, I will conclude my remarks, but I urge this government to think deeply about what its priorities are when it comes to education, because what we see here are certainly not those of Albertans. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are there others to speak to Bill 15, the Honourable Member for Cardston, Tabor-Warner?
Just Tabor-Warner, Madam.
Just Tabor-Warner.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak in favor of Bill 15, the Education Amendment Act reforming teacher profession discipline. I want to thank the Minister of Education for bringing this bill forward. Let me start by saying that I have the utmost respect for teachers and the work that they do. In fact, my father is a retired teacher. He taught all of his life. My mother taught for about 10 years for kindergarten, and in fact, I taught for 2 years as well. First thing that I started with is teaching. Teachers have a unique passion and skill set that enables them to mold young minds and to make sure they have the skills and competencies for future success. This government knows that the vast majority of teachers in this province are professionals who value the safety of the students in their care. In fact, Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate that. I have no doubt, I have many friends who are teachers, no doubt that that teachers, 99.9% of the teachers out there are doing it for the right reasons. They have to wear multiple hats. It's a very difficult job to be a teacher. I know I did it for 2 years. And so the bill that we're talking about here is not to address those good teachers that we have in this province. We have great teachers. It's to address the ones that are falling through the cracks. And this is why I am so in favor of this bill. The Alberta Teachers Association would like you to believe that this bill is an attack on all of those good teachers I just talked about. The teaching profession in Alberta's education system as a whole, in fact. They have already spent millions of dollars, Madam Speaker, on media campaigns to create fear amongst Albertans and teachers alike. And I have heard these people come to my office and talk to me about these concerns. And when I ask them, where did you get this information from? Have you actually read through the bill? Have you actually chatted with the minister or the minister's office? They say, no, we got it from the ATA. So that disinformation that's going out there is concerning. But Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. This is nothing more than a tactic being used by the ATA. We've seen this happen multiple times. I saw this when they were concerned about the fund that manages their retirement fund, moving it in under AIMCO. Madam Speaker, for months I had teachers coming to me, both teachers who were currently teaching and teachers who were also retired, saying, how dare your government do this? And I said to him, listen, the numbers are quite clear that the fund manager that they were using before versus the fund manager of AIMCO, those numbers show that teachers will do better under AIMCO. And Madam Speaker, they had a very difficult time believing me, even though they knew me, because of what the ATA was telling them through multiple emails and pamphlets that they were sending out to these teachers. Madam Speaker, fast forward, and I always said to them, I said, listen, I get your concerns. If it was my retirement, I would also be concerned. But I said, the numbers, the reason why, all of these things are going to be a benefit to you. Hindsight is 20/20 vision. If you go back and look backwards, you can see, were we right or wrong. So fast forward, Madam Speaker, to today, and we find out that AIMCO has outperformed the fund manager that they had before. Well, it's interesting because if you talk to teachers today, they'll say, you know what, you were right. and the ATA was wrong. And in this situation, Madam Speaker, I think that the ATA is also getting it wrong. I think that they are not taking a look at the information that we're presenting, and they have dug in, and very passionately, I might add. And so I'm also hearing from other teachers saying that, how dare we do this? And I have to go back to those teachers and say the same thing I said with the changing of the fund manager, and say, you know what, hindsight is 20/20 vision. Let us work through this, and we hope that at the end of the day, we believe that at the end of the day, that it will be more responsive to teachers, to students, to parents, and that the system will be better and more accountable. It's only the bad teachers who should worry, as they will be losing a level of protection their union has previously provided, and this is simply a good policy. So let's look at the reforms contained in this bill. The current teacher discipline structure in place is a dual system model that has been in place for 85 years. Under the current model, the ATA is responsible for overseeing complaints made against its active members, and the Alberta Education Registrar is responsible for overseeing complaints made against non-ATA teachers and teacher leaders. The current system allows the ATA union to be in charge of overseeing the disciplinary process for its members. Madam Speaker, we know that unions are designed to protect and advocate for their members in exchange for the payment of union dues. There's nothing wrong with that. That is the natural process of what unions should do. I think we can see the conflict, however, of interest here, and that is a problem. We know there are instances where inappropriate conduct with a student has led to an offending teacher being removed from the school and simply being put in a new one. Madam Speaker, I've heard lots of the members opposite stand up and talk about, give us evidence, give us, the reasons why you're bringing forward this bill. Madam Speaker, you only have to have one case for this bill to be important. Only one case would make it valid. And for the honourable members to discount that, I find that absolutely deplorable. These are children. I have 5 children. They're all older now, and I've got 4 grandchildren. And I think that it's absolutely incumbent upon each of us as lawmakers in this legislature to make sure that we're protecting not just all of them, but even the one that might get away. And so if we can provide a system that is going to be able to provide a robust accountability system to help even that one, Madam Speaker, then this bill is worth doing. And I've actually heard that kind of argument being given by the members opposite multiple times, where they will talk about the one, the importance of the one, the individual. And I think in this situation, I don't hear that argument from them, and I find that odd. Now, we've seen also some evidence from a number of cases that the ATA does not understand their duty to report inappropriate conduct to the police in instances of serious harm or a threat to student safety. This is not discipline. This does not protect our children. The only people this does protect is those who are the bad actors. It is clear to see that the current system of teacher discipline is out of date and reforms are long overdue. So let's talk about Bill 15 and what it will do in terms of reforming the teacher discipline process. Madam Speaker, Bill 15 will create a single system for addressing complaints under a newly created Alberta Teacher Profession Commission. This commission will be headed by a commissioner and will oversee teacher and teacher leader conduct and competency complaints for all teachers and teacher leaders equally. Under this system, the Registrar of Alberta Education will be responsible for the intake of all complaints. These complaints will then be forwarded to the Alberta Teaching Profession Commissioner, who will have the authority to address and investigate each complaint and determine the most appropriate course of action. This bill will increase accountability and transparency by expanding the online teacher registry by making publicly available information on hearing and appeals dates, hearing, appeal, and ministers' decisions where there is a finding of unprofessional conduct or unprofessional incompetence, and any constant resolution agreements initiated by the new Alberta Teaching Profession Commissioner and dates of hearings and appeals. These changes will ensure that the entire teaching profession is protected by bringing all teachers and teacher leaders under one reformed disciplinary process, and will put the best interests of students, their families, teachers, and the public at the center of the teacher discipline process as well. This bill will bring Alberta in line with other jurisdictions and regulated professions by eliminating the conflict of interest where a union could advocate for its members while also overseeing disciplinary matters. Madam Speaker, I think all members of this House would agree that children should be safe in their schools and that parents should not have to worry about their children falling victim to inappropriate conduct by the educators they have entrusted with the well-being of the children. I want to remind the members when we announced this that there was someone from my riding that came forward, the Snows. Mr. and Mrs. Snow came forward and talked about how difficult it was for them. Their daughter was there was an inappropriate situation with the teacher. And that took 5 years, Madam Speaker, to be able to work through the processes. And during that time, that teacher was still able to be involved with kids. And that was a very difficult situation for the Snows, as knowing that, that this teacher, who was very inappropriate with their daughter, was still able to perform as a teacher. I know of another situation, Madam Speaker, where a teacher was had molested a child, and that teacher did not lose their certificate to teach. That teacher actually was just moved off to another school. And then another teacher situation that had misappropriated funds was actually stripped of their teacher certificate. Now, misappropriating funds is wrong, and there needs to be some action taken on that. But, Madam Speaker, there was a inconsistency on why someone who misappropriated funds would lose their teaching certificate and someone who molested a person would not lose their certificate. That is something that I think that this bill will be able to address and start talking about those inconsistencies and work through some of those things so that we have a system that is fair, accountable, and addresses these issues without bias. Our government wants to ensure that students are safe at school, and this legislation will provide a fully transparent process to ensure that bad teachers are disciplined appropriately. This bill is a common sense approach to teaching discipline that will enhance the accountability and transparency of the teacher profession and will better protect students and give parents peace of mind. I will be proudly voting in favor of this bill, and I would encourage all members of the House to do so as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Are there others to speak to Bill 15? Seeing none, I will call the question on Bill 15 in second reading, the Education Reforming Teacher Profession Discipline Amendment Act 2022. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried.
Bill 15, Education Reforming Teacher Profession Discipline Amendment Act 2022 is now read a second time. Committee of the Whole.
Members, I'd like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 13, the Financial Innovation Act. There are currently no amendments on the floor. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decore.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to rise this afternoon and expand on some of my comments that I started with in second reading. Of course, one of the first things I had noticed about this bill was the amount of abilities that this bill is going to be granting the minister. Something, again, as I've said before, that members of the government bench and members of the government caucus that served in the 29th legislature, shall we say, were not very accepting of when they saw that from the NDP government. So it's always entertaining, actually, to see that all of a sudden now the shoe's on the other foot, and it seems like a good thing to do. So that was one of the first kind of flags I saw that, because what it essentially comes down to is that the minister and ultimately the government is looking to not only this assembly but Albertans to just simply trust them. And as we know, that seems to be in very, very short supply from Albertans about the government. I think one of the comments I said earlier, why trust a premier, why trust a government when, can't even manage to disclose a donor list? A simple promise that the premier made, during the leadership race when the UCP was coming together, and hasn't managed to deliver on that in 3 years. And yet, here we are on something much larger, like Bill 13, asking everybody to just simply trust them. And, it's not simply just as much as, a donor list, because, when we start to look at some of the other things that are on that list, it starts to cause a lot of concern around that. Like, for instance, the big corporate tax giveaway that the government made. It was just simply, well, look, we'll give them this tax break, and they'll start creating all kinds of jobs. Something, of course, data has shown over the decades that has never really transpired. But we were still going to go down that path again, and right out of the gate, 55,000 jobs were lost. So, again, looking back, all we heard was, trust us, this is going to work, and then doubled, even tripled down to accelerate that a little bit. My colleague from Highlands Norwood just talking about the curriculum, the amount of rejection that we've seen from educators and from Albertans with all the problems that are there. Again, really starting to test Albertans' trust of the government. Heard promises of, we're going to fix the insurance system, the big mess that the previous government made of that. And yet, again, I have constituents coming to me with increases 10, 30% on average, some higher than that. If that's your version of fixing, please stop, because my constituents can't afford it. A $1.3 billion bet on Donald Trump. Like, that can really shake an individual's trust in their government to make such a reckless choice. $30 million a year, and the best that we can come up with is two copied logos and chasing after Bigfoot. I have to wonder if, maybe Ogopogo is next on the hit list. And so, I think, as I mentioned in my comments, in second reading around Bill 13, one of the first things we see is the power to exempt products from consumer protection laws. There's certainly some concerns about how this potentially could be abused. Of course, I said that there's probably a few missing shingles off the roof of my house. Certainly when my wife feels that she has not gotten what she was promised, whether it comes to a financial service or a product. And so I can just imagine that she's not alone in that belief. which is why people are very, very adamant when it comes to consumer protections around, say, for instance, financial services, which is what Bill 13 is proposing to bring in. And so we haven't really heard how this government plans to guarantee some of those things. And, we can certainly start to go down the whole debate road of, well, that's coming in regulations. It doesn't give comfort to Albertans very much when they're being taken for a ride potentially. So would have been nice to see some of that work. One of the other things that kind of came up was potentially the bureaucracy not having the technical capacity or sophistication to potentially regulate some of this appropriately. And so one of my first questions that comes to mind around that kind of topic is the government willing to fund the ability to create that? And then when I see the ability for them to potentially, I guess, contract that out, that would kind of lead me to believe that that's probably not the case. And so when I think about some of the times that the government has appointed people and such, I hate to say it, there's been very, very partisan appointments around there. So again, if you're going to be criticizing others for potentially doing that, to then turn around and do the exact same thing is a little bit hypocritical. So, when I'm thinking about the government of Alberta contracting out, how are they going to be sourcing this? Who are they going to be choosing? Are they going to potentially show up on a UCP donor list? So I can't help but ask those kind of questions. And of course, now that we're in committee of the whole, hopefully we'll get an opportunity to hear some of those answers. And so when you are potentially looking at exempting certain things, it begs the question of, well, what are you prepared to exempt and what aren't you prepared to exempt? So it would be very, very interesting to hear from the government side what the plan is around that. What's on the table? What's not on the table? Get that kind of stuff on the record. Certainly when there's any kinds of challenges to regulations or legislation, part of some of that discovery is going back to the debates that occur in this House. And so if you want to make it abundantly clear, I've always said, Madam Chair, that when we're creating legislation, it's not for us. We know what's going on. We know potentially, well, sometimes we know what's going on, at least on the opposition side. But what's the intention? Put it on the records so then there's no doubt. If there is an honest ability to want to create good legislation, you should have absolutely no problems putting things on the record that people can go back and read. No big deal. So 20 years from now, when none of us are available here, we can't answer questions, we can't explain what the process was, they can simply read this and know exactly what's going on. That's the simplest way to solve this. And so how are we going to be educating Albertans around this? Are we going to post something online for them to read, assuming they can navigate some of the times to be able to find those things? It's unfortunate that I have to bring this up, Madam Chair, but is it going to be a case of, well, we're just going to do it now, then we'll wait to see what happens, and then we'll try to maybe fix it, and then we'll try to educate people more on it. Kind of a little bit of a backwards type of approach, but we have seen that so far through the 30th. So again, all it takes is one time for it to happen, and starts to beg the question, well, what else is going to be happening with that? I'm not opposed to Bill 13, but I think there are some very legitimate questions that we have, that Albertans ultimately have. A lot of times that's what forms some of our debate in this House, is trying to get their questions answered that they bring to us. And so hopefully through the course here of Committee of the Whole, we'll get some answers to those. Like I said, specifically, what is the government planning to potentially exempt, or is there anything that they just absolutely will not grant an exemption to? And I think that kind of information needs to be put out there on the record for all Albertans to be able to see, so that they kind of know what they're dealing with. And then, you know, any other riskier services or technologies that you know, they'll be able to educate Albertans with. And so I think I'll leave my comments at that point. Certainly looking forward to hearing more, and good chance I may pop up again to have some other things to say based on what the debate is, but appreciate the chance to expand on some of my comments.
It's every day. Any members to speak to the bill? The Honourable Member for Calgary Southeast.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to rise in support of Bill 13, the Financial Innovation Act 2022. If passed, Bill 13 will create a regulatory sandbox for financial services and fintech companies. Regulatory sandboxes offer businesses temporary relief from certain legislative and regulatory requirements, enabling them to test innovative products and services and to expand their offerings to consumers. This particular regulatory sandbox would apply to the Loan and Trust Corporations Act, Credit Union Act, ATB Financial Act, Consumer Protection Act, Financial Consumers Act, and the Personal Information Protection Act. Technologies and innovations tested could include application programming interface services, soft tokens, or biometric authentication. A regulatory sandbox is another step forward in diversifying our economy and attracting investment, fostering innovation while at the same time reducing red tape. And Alberta is putting itself on the map as a destination of choice for fintech and financial services companies. Applicants for exemptions would need to meet a number of criteria and may be subject to a number of terms, conditions, and restrictions, which the government would determine on a collaborative case-by-case basis. For example, applicants would be required to maintain a physical presence in Alberta. They would have to offer financial products or services and provide a viable business plan, including details for testing their financial products, along with a plan to exit the regulatory sandbox. And applicants would need to explain why each eligible product or service should be considered new and original, or at a minimum, why their offering is a material improvement or adaptation from an existing product or service. Exemptions would be denied for products and services that are already available in Alberta. Protections and oversight will ensure Albertans and consumers are protected, and all legislative exemptions would be disclosed publicly, to the point of the previous member. The government has formed a working group to review applications comprised of officials from Treasury Board of Finance, Jobs, Economy and Innovation, and Service Alberta. In addition, the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner would also be consulted on any requests related to the Personal Information Protection Act, and their approval will be necessary for any exemptions. The regulatory sandbox created by Bill 13 will be the first of its kind in Canada, serving the finance and fintech sector. This legislation is one of the many ways our government is making Alberta the destination of choice for technology and innovation, and I encourage the members opposite and my colleagues to support it. Thank you.
Are there others? The Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to follow the member for Calgary Southeast, talk a little bit about this bill before us, Financial Innovation Act. And I was listening carefully because of some of the information that the member was providing this House, and it's very innovative. Soft tokens, and there was two other things that he mentioned that I quickly tried to write down, but I guess I got hung up on soft tokens and thinking about that, and the fact that what's before us is quite new. As we heard just a second ago, regulatory sandbox will be established to allow for fintech products and services to work in the space, work in Alberta, and to provide those new offerings to Albertans. And I think and I've been reviewing some of the comments made both by the Minister of Finance and critic for finance and other MLAs on both sides speaking to this issue. And I've kind of narrowed down some things that I want to discuss about the Financial Innovation Act. And I'll put them in this order. I'd like to talk about 4 things. The first being this is new, and we as a government need to act in a responsible, reasonable way so that Albertans can be protected from the offerings that will come forward. And in that regard, there's going to be some judgments from various ministers, departments on those offerings and whether companies fit into this space. And I just wonder, and my colleagues here have put forward the question about wondering if we have the adequate expertise. Do we have all the horses needed to be able to make sure we get there in terms of assessments of the products that are going to come forward, or services or ideas that will be coming forward with business plans. And while I was the Minister of Finance and TBF, I got to know some of the people in that ministry, and they're stellar. But I wonder if there's been work to build up their skill sets around this kind of offering of analysis of business cases. Or do we, and I think it's been talked about that the government may have to contract those services so that they have the necessary skill sets. So that would be the first kind of concern I have, and just with respect to that whole issue, I can remember many years ago, several years ago, under previous PC governments, there was a desire to approve new kind of financial vehicles for Albertans, and that was payday loans. It was something that before, I think I've got the dates, 2005 perhaps, 2006, weren't available to the extent they became available after the government approved their use for their presence in this province and Albertans' ability to go and get payday loans. And we know from the feedback of people who have gone to and continue to go to payday lenders that they get into a cycle of debt and dependency on getting the next loan and the next loan and the next loan. That was something that the PC government at the time felt would be a new offering, a new innovative thing for Albertans to be able to access. And I can tell you that the work I did before I was elected in 2015 was to kind of chart and analyze the impact of payday lending on a portion of Calgary, southeast Calgary. And can't remember the number of payday lenders there were at the time, but it on one strip in Calgary, there were somewhere around 20 payday lenders. And it could be said that there was far too much money going into the hands of check cashing payday lenders, and far too little staying in the hands of people who had either they didn't have bank accounts, or they had defaulted out of their bank account from overdrafts and other kinds of things that they had trouble paying off, or they anyway, they got into a cycle of debt and could only get out of that debt by some of the programs that were being offered to people in the southeast part of Calgary at the time, savings programs leveraged up with monies from agencies and charitable organizations and other kind of people who, like myself, wanted to see a healthier process of people getting checks, going to banks, keeping their bank accounts. So does in the past, the government of the day, the PC government of the day, approved that service, and it was not a good service. And when we came into government in 2015, we reviewed the whole area of payday lending and curtailed, ratcheted back that whole industry to the benefit of many Albertans in Alberta, where more money was kept in the hands of people to invest into the economy, to pay for their own particular needs. And so that's one area that, does the government have the competency to know what's in the best interests and protect Albertans? Certainly didn't back in 2006 when that was introduced, and I just want to put that on the record now in terms of, do we have all of the resources necessary to ensure that the products and ideas that will be offered under this act will be protective, will be in the best interest of Albertans, because many people will come in with limited knowledge, and they'll believe the advertising as opposed to the reality. And so we need to ensure that that's there from the government competency protection end of things. The next thing I'd like to speak to is trust generally. And I know that my colleague focused a lot on trust, and this legislation gives, of course, power to the minister and various ministries to assess and analyze business plans coming forward. That potentially is a risk if that trust is mislaid, and if power is abused in that case, that's a problem for Albertans, and they're the ones who are going to be holding the bag. Regulatory sandboxes have taken place in this province already with regard to the Alberta Securities Commission. Certainly when I was finance minister, that commission did stellar work, and we together pushed back on the federal government at the time, who wanted to harmonize and bring under one Securities Commission all work. We felt that Alberta had a unique situation, circumstances that required it to continue on its own in terms of an Alberta Securities Commission, and we were successful in that. And I'm pleased to see that that's been continued under this government in terms of supporting the Alberta Securities Commission to the utmost, so that they can continue to provide that support for our capital markets here. I want to touch on the third thing, and that's with regard to disclosure of to Albertans the ongoing work of those that are successful under this regulatory sandbox and will be offering products and ideas and services to Albertans. I think it's really incumbent that the government ensure that any company that makes it through that sandbox alerts the public that they are dealing with something novel and particularly risky. And I just brought that up in relation to payday lending. Many people got into payday lending believing that they could essentially handle the situation, and there probably should have been more warning labels, is I guess a term, more disclosure, not only by the companies but by government, indicating that involvement in a company that you borrow money from that is a lender like that can quickly spiral out of control and lose control of the ability to not owe those lenders the thousands and thousands of dollars that sometimes their customers were into them for as a result of borrowing monies. So at this point, it's not clear to me how these new products, services, or technologies will be, how the disclosures and how the warnings and how the information sharing with Albertans will occur. I think the bill talks about websites and information being shared in that regard. Just wonder if that's, I question whether that's enough, and I question whether Albertans will be savvy enough to do their homework to the extent that it needs to be done, because many didn't do their homework when they took out payday loans and believed that they could stay on top of that. And that's just an example, more an analogy than a direct connection to what's before us. But it is a learning situation. It is a learning incident that I think should give pause to government to know that in the past, Albertans gave way too much credence to the presence of that bricks and mortar building being there and believing that it was there for their best interests. And for some people who were able to manage that, and it never seemed to be a very large majority, that's a fine thing, but most were, that I knew and talked to, were regretful of their involvement with payday lenders in particular. So I know that we need to stay current and stay on an innovative edge in this province, and I'm glad that we're doing that. I think we have some good examples of positive ways that we've done that, either through the Alberta Security Commission and some negative incidences. And so the risks of going down this road are clear, but it doesn't mean that we shouldn't try, as long as we ensure that there's the significant considerations and belts and braces put in place. And with that said, Madam Chair, I'm going to take my seat.
Are there others to speak to Bill 13 in Committee of the Whole? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-McCleod.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Pleased to rise this afternoon to speak to the Financial Innovation Act, Bill 13. And I've spoken to this bill before, and I will like to add a few more comments this afternoon as the government prepares to implement what they're calling a regulatory sandbox, first jurisdiction in the country to do so. And I think it's an effort to regulate a burgeoning sector of the economy that we see lots of examples of in Alberta. And I see from the explosion of small companies that are looking to enter into the fintech sector with various products and services that it was one which merits the attention of government and regulators because, of course, consumers need the protection that the government can provide from any unscrupulous operators who might wish to bring on a financial product or service that could put them at risk. And also, too, Madam Chair, there's the other element as well, is that the government is going to really want to have to take a close look at how Alberta jobs are protected as we see more and more financial technologies develop and evolve, which eliminate, potentially eliminate Alberta workers here in the province. And one example of this, Madam Chair, arose this morning as I awoke to listen to CBC Radio, and it talked about a company. It was a news item about a company which is a fast food company, which is looking to eliminate the need to have order takers on site. In other words, a human being taking your food order on site in their location. And what will happen instead, Madam Chair, is that there has been a new technology developed where basically it's a Zoom call will be made or will be constantly in progress, whereby the order will be taken by somebody anywhere in the world. It'll be on screen. It'll be a digital operated system where that individual order from somebody who's drawing up either to the drive-in or inside the restaurant wanting to order a takeout food will be speaking to somebody, could be on the other side of the world, could be anywhere in the world, where the wages are lower, Madam Chair. Now, in this case, the interviewer spoke about this particular company using workers in Nicaragua, where the wage rate is about $3.25 an hour. Now, granted, the cost of living in Nicaragua is much lower than it is here, but even on a prorated basis, that seems like a huge discount to what we would expect to pay somebody in Alberta a living wage to work and perform the same role. And if indeed things like this, Madam Chair, successfully are rolled out by one company in a pilot project, one might potentially see this happen in the whole fast food industry. And you don't need to be a mathematician, Madam Chair, to really calculate the job losses that would happen in Alberta as a result of the implementation on a wide basis of this type of new financial technology or this new service in ordering fast food, as an example of one of the reasons that the government not only has to look at consumer protections from the standpoint of fraud or from the standpoint of being overly risky, but also from the standpoint of how will it affect Alberta employment? Because many of the technologies that we see in the technology companies that are being developed will involve obviously looking at savings and bottom line results for the companies that are trying to market their services or products to. And in this particular case, I'm sure it looks mighty appealing to many fast food chains to look at saving themselves $12 or more an hour on labor cost by replacing an Alberta worker with somebody who's in Nicaragua making $3.25 an hour on a Canadian dollar scale. So that is something that I don't know if it's really contemplated by the minister as yet in the Financial Innovation Act, but it certainly got my attention when I was listening to the report on CBC this morning about a major fast food chain adopting this practice on a pilot level or pilot scale. And if indeed that kind of savings are available and the ability to eliminate Alberta workers in favor of a remotely operated Nicaraguan worker or somebody else elsewhere in the world who's working for $3.25 an hour, that's a bit of a daunting thought. Now, we do, of course, have as a result of the pandemic, a shortage of those workers in that hospitality field, and that's largely caused by the problematic low wages that are involved in that field. But of course, businesses will opt, if they can, if it's legally permitted, to go ahead and participate in something that's going to save them that type of percentage on their labor cost by eliminating Alberta jobs and offshoring something as simple as ordering food at a fast food restaurant. And it wasn't something that we could have contemplated a few short years ago, Madam Chair, but lo and behold, there are technologies that have been practiced by us and everyone around the world during the pandemic that have gained strident use, and the public uptake of things like Zoom are pretty widespread. And this particular fintech company has acknowledged that and implemented a pilot project with a major fast food chain that could change the labor market in the fast food industry, and is something that should be on the radar of the Alberta government if it is indeed concerned about protecting Alberta jobs. Now, granted, offshoring labor and offshoring work to lower cost jurisdictions is not a new thing. I mean, our utility companies do it. Banks do it. It's a fairly widespread phenomenon. But notwithstanding that, this is an expansion and possibly a large expansion of that offshoring and exportation of Alberta jobs that the government might want to consider looking at when it's regulating within the sandbox the new fintech companies. So it's something I wanted to bring up and know and understand if indeed it is in the purview of the government when it comes to the Financial Innovation Act and the regulations therein. So I'm not sure if indeed that's something that we may be able to hear about from the government. Let's see if indeed that is something that they have any thoughts on. But that was one of the interesting pieces of the evolution of the fintech industry that I've come across very recently, and I thought it was pretty germane to bring forward this afternoon in debate, because if you multiply the number of, try to calculate the number of workers that would be eliminated if indeed the fast food industry adopted across the board this digitized order-taking system, and you quickly come into the tens of thousands of Alberta jobs that would be lost. That's worthy of some serious consideration. So if indeed we are going to be regulating these industries, we may want to take a look at what effect the adoption of that fintech strategy involved in some of these companies would have on unemployment. And it's a concern at a time when our young people are having really a difficult time at significant step-up jobs, that we will be perhaps exporting a whole category of entry-level jobs out of the country, and that's it's a serious consideration. So I also concerned about other financial products being exempted from consumer protection. I know that the intent, I believe, is to make sure that the novel ideas that are contained in many of the new fintech companies, whether it be a point of sale system or a new method of payroll or what have you, there's a vast panoply of different types of ideas and small niche opportunities that entrepreneurs have found in Alberta and are developing technologies to serve a need that they see available to them. But indeed, the risk, of course, is that some of these can be abused, and the consumer protections that need to be put in place are something that Albertans are rightfully concerned about because it's such a new field, and it's one that I think regulators have to be careful about because it is a novel and rapidly evolving field of enterprise. And as a result of that, consumers feel that they are at risk of things that they may not be fully aware of. And as a result, I think there's a special responsibility on the part of the government within this regulatory sandbox to ensure that certainly there's a wide berth given to the development of products and services, but that has to be balanced with the protection of consumers, and that protection should never be sacrificed at the mercy of giving totally free rein to the new companies that have a developing technology that they wish to bring to the market. So the guiding principle should always be, and the overriding principle should always be, that our consumers are protected. And it's not only the individual members of the public, Madam Chair, when I talk about consumers, because many of these businesses, many of these new fintech companies that are being developed are business-to-business platforms. And so there is a possibility that an individual business who wishes to take advantage of an opportunity to apply the technologies made available by a new fintech service or product could potentially be put at risk as a result. So there's wide opportunities for potential abuse if indeed it's not properly monitored. And that's the responsibility of the provincial government when making this regulatory sandbox, that the oversight is there for businesses, large and small, who might take advantage of these new products and services, and for the individual consumers who potentially would be at risk. And on an individual basis, we're thinking more and more about data and privacy and loss of data and looking at personal identity being at risk. And I'm not sure how well and deeply this has been contemplated in the legislation before us. So in these exemptions that the Minister is contemplating allowing within this sandbox, there is an inherent risk that there will be unscrupulous operators who would seek to operate within the smokescreen of those exemptions and take advantage of the public or businesses that they sell their product or service to. So the sector is a big employer right now, 60,000 people in the financial services sector, and it's a large section of our economy. But the biggest concern, I guess, apart from the protection items, the consumer protection items inherent in this regulatory sandbox that the Minister is looking to assemble with this legislation, is that the Minister of Finance is simply asking us to trust him. And once again, that's a theme that's been consistent with this government, whether it's asking us to trust them when they burnt $1.3 billion on a pipeline that didn't exist and as was known to face opposition from the U.S. government. They made that bet knowing that it was they were betting against the House, and they lost that bet. It was $1.3 billion up in smoke. And certainly there was no protection for Albertans there, and the government made that bet knowing that it was probably going to fail. Somebody who consistently has billions of dollars of accounting errors in his budget is not somebody whose trust we should be allowing him to have. We shouldn't be giving our trust to that individual finance minister. Simply put, the track record of this government when asking for the trust of Albertans hasn't been good. It doesn't breed a culture of trust when we listen to what the government is actually doing in terms of taking risks on behalf of the Alberta taxpayer, giving away a $4.7 billion tax break to major corporations who, of course, took it offshore or paid back dividends. And the minister, of course, asked us to trust him that that money would be invested in a trickle-down basis to Albertans. And, of course, that didn't happen. It was money that disappeared. And the ability to trust somebody is something that is earned, Madam Chair. And Albertans clearly in this province are having great difficulty trusting the government. And that's something we hear over and over on the doorsteps, right from one end of the province to the other. And quite often, Madam Chair, if you're looking at a potential election that's coming up in any given jurisdiction in a Western democracy, if indeed people feel that they're economically going to be better off in the future, and they're hopeful they'll sustain the government, if indeed they feel that they're fearful and that their things are going to get worse, the government will potentially fall. But those two rules or those two norms are coupled now with something that's a little bit different. And it really is a significant matter as we approach a potential election season in this province, and that is the matter of trust. And it seems to be overriding anything. Like the government has fallen into an absolute windfall with their treasury receiving billions of dollars in oil royalties as a result of geopolitical situations that exist in the world today. And notwithstanding that, because of their own trials and tribulations, leadership-wise and within their own party, and the turmoil and the schism that they've got going on there, and because of the gambles that they've taken with Albertans' tax dollars over the course of their tenure in the last 3 years or so, that trust has been broken because of the way that the healthcare system has been managed during the pandemic, because of the way that doctors have been treated, starting off with to have a contract torn up, like a bona fide, legitimate, signed contract destroyed by the government that was a party to the contract is something that is beyond the pale. Who does that, Madam Chair? Well, obviously, it's a government that is not concerned necessarily about the trust of this population. And that was one of the first steps, Madam Chair, that went a long ways to taking away a pillar of the trust that governments hope to have.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to rise and make a few comments and join debate in Committee of the Whole. I'm going to put my comments into two categories. I would like to respond to, I think, some of the thoughtful observations and comments from the member from Calgary-Buffalo around both the value and perhaps some of the risks taken with a financial services regulatory sandbox. The member was right to raise the concern around consumer protection. Consumer protection is critically important, and I have to say, Madam Chair, as we were doing our policy work, as we were looking at other jurisdictions that had gone before us with this kind of a mechanism, with a financial services regulatory sandbox, that was a question I had. In fact, I posed the question to my officials, the officials that the member from Calgary-Buffalo would know well. And my question was, given the fact that we have other jurisdictions that have gone before us with this type of mechanism, have there been examples of where consumers' privacy has been materially breached, or where consumers have experienced loss? In other words, Madam Chair, have there been events and instances where a product offering has gone off the rails? Because that is a concern of mine, and the members are right to raise it. And the answer to that, Madam Chair, was that there were no documented instances where there was a material loss by consumers or a material breach of privacy. And so, while that does not absolve this government and future governments of the responsibility to take every care and precaution at protecting the privacy and the information of Albertans and ensure that Alberta consumers are fully protected, it gave me confidence to continue forward with this initiative and with this mechanism. And, Madam Chair, we have identified a number of data points. In fact, transparency is critically important. And again, I've heard that from the members opposite, and they're right to raise it. Transparency is critically important. There are a number of terms and conditions that the minister of the day, can impose on an applicant, on a project proponent, on a company, business who would want to utilize this sandbox and offer a product with certain exemptions. But there's also going to be public information that will be required, and I'm just going to go through that required public information. The government will make the following information public on a website: the name of each sandbox participant, issued a certificate of acceptance, a description of the product or service each sandbox participant is offering, a list of regulatory exemptions provided to each sandbox participant, any terms, conditions, or restrictions imposed by the minister on a sandbox participant, and the expiry date of any participant's certificate of acceptance, as well as any amendment, a revocation, and cancellation of a certificate of acceptance. Because, Madam Chair, a certificate can be revoked by the minister, and that's an important feature here to head off perhaps a product offering that is rolling out in a different way than it was envisioned. So yes, consumer protection is critically important. Transparency is critically important, and certainly we've considered those two essential features, and they are included, and rightfully so, in our approach. I do want to make just a couple of comments in response to the member from Edmonton-McClung, because while certainly a number of his comments I think were related to the bill, I have to say that member went off. And, you know, this is committee of the whole time. I would like to discuss the details of the bill, but I do have to respond, Madam Chair, to a couple of the comments. Firstly, the notion, the insinuation that somehow we have been ultimately producing and presenting financial statements in material error. That's simply not been the case. We've had a clean audit report in every year-end financial audit that the Auditor General has conducted on behalf of this government, and that's critically important. That's critically important, as I think all members on both sides of this House would appreciate. And, you know, I can talk about the function of an auditor at year-end. And as an auditor engages, typically a client, in this case the Government of Alberta, and various departments on appropriate accounting treatment on complex issues, that does occur and that takes place. It certainly took place with our government, and it took place with the members opposite. That's a reality, but that in no way, shape, or form means that the financial statements are anything but integral. And I think it's critical that Albertans understand that and know that the financial statements presented by the Government of Alberta are in fact integral and in fact have received a clean audit report. I just have to make one comment with respect to our approach to positioning the Alberta economy for disproportionate investment attraction, because the member again talked about our job creation tax cut, the fact that we reduced corporate taxes, business taxes by a full 1/3. That was not a giveaway. The member alludes to that as a giveaway. It's not a giveaway. In fact, we're just taking less from business owners and groups, businesses, companies, and others who invest in this province and create jobs and create wealth from which we all benefit. And Madam Chair, again, I just have to cite the fact that recognizing that the business tax rate is only one feature of many that make up a business environment either very competitive or not as competitive. But it is an essential feature. It's an important feature. In fact, I can cite Fortune Minerals, who are planning to build a significant processing plant, refinery, just outside of Edmonton, and they cited the location, the geography relative to a rail line, an important rail line, and the preferential corporate tax rate. Those were the decision criterion that ultimately landed them in Alberta. It does matter. And that's reflected, again, in the budget that we presented and passed, in the fact that, again, corporate tax rate is just one feature of many in a competitive business environment. But as we've worked hard to position this province to be most competitive, to have the most attractive business environment possible, we are seeing investment pour in with announcements week after week, even these days. All that to say, by reducing corporate income taxes, I believe, and by modernizing our regulatory environment, I believe we will create the conditions for increased investment attraction, greater wealth creation, expanded fiscal capacity, and higher government revenues to pay for those important programs such as health and education and supporting our most vulnerable. It was no giveaway, Madam Chair. It was simply positioning this province for growth, wealth creation, and future prosperity. Lastly, the member talked about our fiscal management in a bit of a disparaging way, and again, threw out the fact that, we have a better fiscal result simply and only because of higher energy prices. That's simply not true. We use very cautious, credible WTI projections, oil price projections of $70 in the current year, $69 in the mid-year, and $66.50 in the out-year. And Madam Chair, again, I will remind all members of this House that had we continued on the spending trajectory we inherited from the previous government, we would not be showing a balanced budget, but a $6 billion deficit. That's a fact. So, Madam Chair, again, I take exception to those comments. I'm very interested in debating this bill. I'm very interested in hearing from members across the way about this bill, some of the advantages, the opportunities, the risks, and the perils. But let's focus on this bill. Let's focus on ensuring this economy is positioned not only for growth but for diversification. I believe that's a goal that we all share in this House. Let's continue to focus on that goal. And this bill, Madam Chair, I believe further advances the effort and the objective of economic growth and diversification.
Are there others that wish to join the debate? Bill 13, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Dipper.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker. And I'm very excited. Maybe get a chance to maybe go back and forth here with the minister a little bit. I was keying in on some of the comments from my friend from Edmonton McClung. Back during the NDP government, I got the opportunity to serve as the Alberta representative on CSG, got to attend a couple of Penmore meetings as well. I was actually invited to one discussion as a panelist around disruptive technologies. And back at that time, it was right when Uber was starting to come into Alberta, and essentially upsetting the entire cab industry in the province. And at least speaking for Alberta, there's significant monetary investments for cab drivers with regards to licenses and that. But some of the other things that we started talking about, my friend brought up around remote cashiers. I start thinking about self-serve tills at different stores versus actually having a cashier there. Of course, the most famous one, I think, going way back in time when cars were built exclusively by people. And then, of course, automation and robots came in, which unfortunately started taking jobs away for those individuals. Here in Alberta, we have examples of, driverless trucks in our energy industry. I think I heard once, for instance, I think I could be wrong about the company, but I believe it's Suncor that had purchased 100 of these driverless trucks, which means now there's 100 people that don't have jobs in that area. And I understand, innovation is going to go, new technologies will come in and things like that. And so I guess when we're thinking about, Bill 13 and the financial innovation, let's think about at one point in time, everybody would go to the bank to deposit their check and, do their business with the teller there and everything like that. And then, of course, the internet came in, and all of a sudden, we could do our banking online. And we had a whole bunch of customer service representatives in the banking industry lost their job. Now, thankfully, ultimately, there's some folks that still just would not do their banking online, and I was probably one of those holdouts for a little while. But even I eventually transitioned. So when we're talking about disruptive technologies and creating that sandbox for that innovation and testing those things, I guess the question would be: is there any kinds of provisions that the government would be looking at? And I'm not 100% sure if maybe that is addressed in Bill 13, where the government might be, I guess, reviewing some of these new innovations or technologies that come in that, on the surface sound very exciting and look like great opportunities, but then end up, as my friend from Edmonton, McClung, had said, might end up costing Albertans their jobs, like this new one going into, to order some food for somebody that's, not even in the country, serving that person. So I'm wondering, maybe by chance, if the minister has any ideas of how that kind of thing could be mitigated, or plans to review some of these things so that rather than after the fact of a lot of people lose it, because once they've lost their jobs, that's it. It's pretty much done. And maybe go into a little bit of any kind of plans where if we do identify a disruptive technology, and I don't want that to sound negative, that was just kind of some of the words that were used at the time, to try to mitigate or help those folks out that might be finding themselves out of a job with a disruptive technology. So I'd be interested to hear some of the comments on that.
Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Pleased to rise and make a few comments with respect to the question posed. I think a fair question posed. There's, as we take a look back through even recent history, there's always a tension between moving forward with innovation, with new technology, with new and novel ideas and methodology. There's a tension between what's gained in that approach and who might be left behind. And that's a fair question, and it's a tension that I believe needs to be evaluated. And yet, Madam Chair, I would suggest it's a tension that I believe we need to consider, but I believe that tension should not hold us back from stepping into the future, but stepping into the future in a responsible, careful way. A couple of, one requirement for an applicant to be successful to get a product into the sandbox, so in other words, a product that would receive some exemptions and some special terms to be offered in a limited way to test effectively here in the province of Alberta, is that product would need to be new or novel. In other words, it could not be a product that an existing financial institution is already offering, and it would have to demonstrate some benefit to the public. Now, that benefit may be in a new or novel product that we can't access today, or it could drive an efficiency that ultimately, in a competitive world, in a competitive financial services industry, will drive that efficiency and cost savings to Albertans and to consumers. So again, not just any idea is going to pass the bar. The product needs to be new and novel, and it has to demonstrate the likelihood, probability of some benefit. With respect to the tension between moving forward with innovation and technology adoption, and some of the risks that can pose to folks all of a sudden finding they don't have a job, maybe they don't have a career, and maybe they have to retrain. I appreciate that question, and I appreciate the tension. But Madam Chair, I believe we need to, in spite of that tension, move forward with innovation and technology adoption for a couple of reasons. Firstly, historically, we can look back at industry after industry where there was transformational change, massive efficiency and productivity gains that ultimately required far fewer people to create as much or more product. And I can look at agriculture. I've got a bit of a background in agriculture. If we take a look at agriculture 75 or 100 years ago, I mean, we were an agrarian society back certainly in, up to probably the 1940s. We were an agriculture society in many ways. So many people worked in agriculture. Our productivity was low. We were an agriculture powerhouse in Canada, but our productivity was low. And we were not unique. That was a global phenomenon at the time. But, the Green Revolution came along. Ultimately, bioscience moved forward very aggressively. Plant breeding was taken on, and our genetics improved drastically. Agronomy moved forward very significantly. There was a much better understanding of what plants would need, what agriculture, animal production would need in order to increase production and efficiency. And then there was a technology revolution with respect to technology employed in production practices. Again, whether that was in the production animal agriculture or whether that was in crop science, all of that combined ultimately allowed us in this country and in other developed countries to produce exponentially more agriculture products with exponentially fewer people. And no doubt at the time there were concerns around what are all these people in rural Alberta going to do, or rural Canada? How will they ever get a job? How will they ever transition? And those would have been real concerns at the day, and I'm hearing those concerns legitimately today. But when we take a look back at history, we see that a new economy, innovation, technology requires different skill sets, but it requires people, it requires engagement. And so right now in agriculture, we have tens of thousands of people that work in high-tech agriculture fields in this province. Occupations and professions that couldn't have been envisioned 50 or 60 or 70 years ago. So instead of having, an army of folks working, with very laborious type of work in the fields, that work is done by only a few using technology. But now we have folks working in research and development. We have folks working with, soil mapping. We have folks working in cloud-based technologies that have moved the agriculture industry forward exponentially, which I might add is very important as we have a growing global population. And so, a bit of a long answer. I really believe with respect to financial services, the same will be true. And if we fail to move forward, our competitors will move forward, and we will simply be left behind. We will not be able to hold back our economy for the sake of ensuring that there's no change or disruption, to use the member's term appropriately. We, I believe, will have to embrace the future. And Bill 13 is about embracing the future. Is there some risk? There's always some risk. But I believe that as a province, we need to move forward. As a province, that's our legacy. That's our history. We are a province, we are a people that are prepared to step out and take risks. And I believe Bill 13 and the creation of a regulatory sandbox, the provision of exemptions when a company or business wants to offer new and novel products, is a way to step forward into the future, not without its risk. And I appreciate the member raising the concern. But I believe we should and will and must step forward to embrace the future and this technology. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill 13, the Financial Innovation Act. And just also note, I appreciate the presence of I appreciate the comments we've been hearing from the Finance Minister, that he is actively participating in this debate and providing further information. That is certainly laudable and appreciated. I recognize the importance and the value of looking at financial innovation. We've certainly seen opportunities arise, and certainly if I may take a moment to tell a bit of a personal story, I've certainly seen some benefit myself. A few years ago, back in 2016, I needed to make a purchase online, and the purchase that I needed to make, the only option that seller would accept was Bitcoin. This was something that was fairly new to me, certainly not something that I had any of, but I needed to make that purchase, so I purchased a small amount of Bitcoin so that I could do that transaction online. And I was left with a small amount of Bitcoin left over, a trifling amount. It was maybe a few dollars. And I forgot about that Bitcoin. It sat there in that digital wallet for a number of years. And just last year, I received an email notification that says, hey, by the way, it's been a while. We're going to shut down this account. You may want to just check and see if everything's okay. I said, well, sure. So it was a little bit of jumping through hoops. It took a little bit of work to go through and get in and re-access that account. But when I did, I found out that that small amount of Bitcoin that I had left there was worth well over $2,000. So I can't claim, Madam Speaker, or Madam Chair, that was any savvy investment on my part, that I had done deep studies, say, of the likes of Mr. Pierre Poilievre, who's a big fan of these things. I can't say that I have his level of expertise when it comes to digital currency, but it turned out that having that small amount, hey, did end up yielding a considerable benefit for me. Of course, I also recognize that for folks that are getting involved in these things, there is appreciable risk. And certainly I know that, to my understanding, the value of Bitcoin has gone up and down quite a bit over the years, and certainly there have been some who have benefited and there have been some who have lost. So financial innovation can be very interesting, and offering new products and new opportunities for folks can be very interesting. It can potentially be beneficial. It can be very tempting for folks, but it can also come with a downside. I think about back in 2008, when we had the burst of the housing bubble in the U.S. We had a significant stock market crash. And that came about for a number of factors, a number of reasons. I mean, certainly there was a number of people who were taking out subprime mortgages who were not really in a financial position to be able to cover that. There were folks who were sort of taking advantage of the existence of these things, different investors, and approaching at times, to my understanding, some misrepresentation and taking advantage of that. Certainly there was concerns about how some mortgage brokers were going about making those mortgages and those loans, but certainly we also had folks who were trading in bundles of these subprime mortgages. So that, of course, was a new product on the market, and that was something that a lot of people were getting involved in, and certainly a number of people were making large amounts of money doing this. And they were considered to be very smart and savvy investors at the time. But we saw how that resulted. That ended up with thousands and thousands and thousands of people, hundreds of thousands of people, having to default on their mortgages, losing their homes. It led to a massive stock market crash. It led to a serious impact on our economy to the point where Prime Minister Harper himself, one of the more conservative prime ministers we had to actually move forward with a stimulus budget. Something I can say, I think all would agree, he was very, very reluctant to have to do. But the impact was that severe, not only for the U.S. economy, but for Canada. Now, I'm not suggesting that any of the products that are likely to be developed in this regulatory sandbox that's being proposed by the Minister of Finance are going to be of that kind of a scale. That is certainly a more extreme example, but it is a cautionary tale, Madam Chair, of what can potentially happen. So while I personally can tell a story of a real benefit, there's also many who can tell stories of real harm. Now, that in and of itself, Madam Chair, is not a reason to be against this legislation. I think in all situations, as the minister himself said just now, as he was talking about impacts on employment, we always have to weigh possible gain versus possible risk. And what the minister is proposing here, to my understanding, with this regulatory sandbox, is creating a smaller area in which to try some of these ideas out to minimize the amount of risk that might come. And if we find something that is successful within the confines of this regulatory sandbox, there could be an opportunity then to expand that, to regulate something in a way then that could potentially provide a larger benefit through a larger scale deployment in the financial services sector. And again, I would say that is not an unreasonable approach. And I certainly appreciate, the thoughts that the minister brought forward as he was just talking now about the importance of diversification, trying new ideas. Certainly that is a refreshing change from his remarks in late 2019 when he declared diversification a luxury, at a time when his government was taking away all of the government supports for our tech and innovation industry, including some that had existed long before our government had been in place and that existed in every other province in Canada, like the SR&ED credit. But as I've noted in previous debate, this government has had a Damascus Road experience when it comes to the tech and innovation industry, and certainly there's been some great improvements in their policy towards it. But really the key issue here is a question of trust. Can Albertans trust that if they purchase these products, that if they engage in products that are developed within this regulatory sandbox, that they are going to be adequately protected? And it seems quite clear the minister feels that it is the role of government to take those steps to protect them, to provide that consumer protection. He talked about how they looked at other jurisdictions to see whether they'd taken that step, what concerns there might be, that they talked with the officials, asked have there been any examples of consumers' privacy being materially breached. Said that no, in fact, there was no documented cases of that, which is great to hear, Madam Speaker, particularly since, that was a concern that came up we were debating, at least when I was at committee recently with my private member's bill, where government members were, in their words, said that they could not let that bill go forward because they were concerned about privacy impacts. And though I noted at the time, Madam Chair, that members of this government were very happy to pass Bill 46 back in the fall of 2020. A bill in which there had been no consultation with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, which she flagged as severely concerning and indeed potentially taking Alberta backwards on the protection of Albertans' private health information. But the members of this government party rejected every single amendment that was based on the recommendations from that Information and Privacy Commissioner and voted in favor of that legislation. So it's good to hear that in this instance, the finance minister is indeed considering that aspect here, but it does lead me to question how this government approaches these sorts of situations. Because again, here we have the government speaking up and saying, okay, well, we believe we can provide adequate protection for Albertans who are facing potential risk from products that are developed within this regulatory sandbox. Indeed, it's our job to do so, and we are capable of doing so. But yet, when my colleague from Edmonton, Beverly Clareview, brought forward his Bill 203 to establish an Alberta Venture Fund, these same members of that committee said they were deeply concerned that, this would look like the government was endorsing something that was potentially very risky for Albertans. That they felt that that was a reason that bill could simply not even be debated in the legislature. But here we are with the government bringing forward a bill, which will allow Albertans to make investments which potentially may be very risky for them, and suddenly the tune is different because it's coming from their finance minister as opposed to a member of the opposition. In the last few days, I've heard members of the government toss the word hypocritical at me and my colleagues. Well, I think it certainly fits here. That said, I appreciated the remarks that the minister provided and sort of the conversations he had with officials. They looked at whether there had been any privacy issues. They looked at whether any product offerings had gone off the rails, and there was apparently no documented case that they could find of a material loss for a consumer under a previous regulatory sandbox, products developed in another jurisdiction. So certainly I appreciate that the minister considered that and looked at those particular issues. I certainly agree with him that transparency is critically important. And as he noted, there are terms and conditions that the minister can impose. There's requirements for what must be posted online around exemptions, terms and conditions, restrictions, expiry date, amendments or revocation or cancellation of a certificate. But again, Madam Chair, I would note these government members, at least the ones that were at that committee, were deeply concerned about Albertans' ability to understand products that were put in front of them, financial products, something like the Alberta Venture Fund. So I have to ask then, are we absolutely sure that government can and will provide this information in a way that is understandable by Albertans? It's excellent that this information has to be posted online, but the question is, how will this information be posted? In what kind of a format? Certainly, Madam Chair, I am not someone who has delved deeply into financial services. Certainly I have a financial advisor. I certainly appreciate their advice. We have conversations about how to invest for my RSP and other things, but it is not a personal area of expertise. I am not sure that if this was put up on the website in fairly technical language, that it would be something that I could say I felt confident reading and being able to make a decision on. Now, perhaps the kind of products that are being envisioned here are for folks who are more experienced. Perhaps that will be made clear. I haven't heard clearly on that from the minister, whether this is envisioned as something that's going to be for the general populace, for the average person who may not have a high degree of literacy in financial services and products, or whether this is intended more specifically for those who do have that level of expertise and may perhaps be browsing and considering these on behalf of clients. That would be something I'd be interested in hearing a bit more clarity on. The other thing that occurred to me as the minister was speaking on this point is, will there be, and again, I'm not aware of in the bill, but perhaps I have overlooked, but will there be, or are there any limits or requirements on how these products may be advertised or promoted? So that is the other question. Certainly making these products available and having certain fences around them within the regulatory sandbox and certain requirements to be posted online. But the question is, again, if these are products that are going to be offered to average Albertans, what requirements are there about how these products are described in advertisement or promoted, or how can they be promoted? Can one of these companies simply take out a Facebook ad, say, click here? Could these just be put out on social media? Can they run advertising on television? What steps are allowed to be taken? And it's possible that the minister is simply saying these would be handled like any other financial product, that they would simply have the fences within. But then again, given that these are, for lack of a better term, experimental, and certainly subject to unique conditions, are there provisions that must be included and must be noted when these products are in fact being promoted? I think these are important considerations. Because again, the largest component that we have here is trust. And I appreciated what the minister laid out about the due diligence he has done and the discussions he has had with his staff. And certainly, if I may stray for a moment into the more political, as all members in this House are wont to do from time to time, Albertans have reasons to question trust in this particular finance minister for some of the decisions that he has brought forward on behalf of his government. For example, this government's insistence on continuing to dally with the idea of an Alberta pension plan, when certainly the numbers do not seem to suggest that would necessarily be a wise investment on behalf of Albertans, that there could certainly be costs involved and that a vast majority of Albertans do not want it. But this minister continues to say that they are considering it. Or that this minister sits at the cabinet table where this government continues to pursue potentially the idea of an Alberta provincial police force, which again would raise costs for Albertans and would create new risks for municipalities in terms of the rising costs and putting more burden on the backs of Albertans. And they want to potentially force Albertans to make that investment, despite the fact that Albertans have been very clear, 2/3, that they do not support that idea. So when we were talking about trust in a government, that's certainly a considerable issue. Of course, this minister was also at the table and writing the checks for the $1.3 billion on a pipeline that went nowhere, as the Premier insulted elected leaders in the U.S. An investment that cost Albertans and for which they have received nothing. Now, again, Madam Chair, I freely admit that that is stepping more into the political than the direct question of this bill. But it is fact nonetheless. So we do, though, have questions and will continue to ask, and certainly there is the potential that we will support this bill under the parameters that are set out, but we do continue to look at it and question and ask about some aspects. The power to exempt some of these new financial products from consumer protection laws. Now, I just outlined some of the basic concerns that would be there and some of the things I'm certainly curious about in how these products may be promoted, sort of how they may be advertised, how they may be put across, who may bring them forward, what shape they might take, how they might be described, and certainly with the minister having the power to choose to exempt some of these products from existing consumer protection laws. That is something that should be very, very carefully guarded. That is a large power. And I know at times this government has been very fond of awarding some fairly wide and sweeping powers to its ministers. I recall Bill 10, the concerns that were raised around that, and then an entire summer in a committee that had to be spent in an entire bill of amending to undo the very things the government had been warned about. So again, it is worth asking what safeguards are going to be around the minister exercising this kind of power on something that could potentially impact Albertans. I appreciate again that the minister has talked about having considered this and looked at other jurisdictions, but the fact is we are talking about new and innovative products. And my understanding is that Treasury Board and Finance, in fact, does not necessarily have the requisite experience on hand for this kind of work. They do not currently have anyone necessarily within the ministry who understands and has expertise in these particular kind of new innovative financial products. So I'm assuming that the minister himself does not have this expertise, or at least he certainly has not indicated that he has. Certainly, if he has experience in this, then I would be interested to hear it. But I think he is likely that in making his decisions around which exemptions he might grant, going to be very reliant on expertise from his department, expertise that the department does not currently have. That was what we were told in the technical briefing from officials, that it might well be the case that Treasury Board and Finance does not currently have the expertise they need, but if required, they could put someone on contract. I would certainly suggest, Madam Chair, that that would be required. I think if we are going to have government making these kinds of decisions, and again, members of this government have expressed their deep concern about how Albertans may be misled or may lack information or the ability to understand something as basic as an Alberta venture fund. So I imagine they are equally concerned then with these kind of complex and new innovative products that Albertans may have challenges there as well and may be potentially put at risk. So certainly I think it's essential that the minister have expertise available to him to sit down and have these conversations to provide him with much needed guidance before making decisions like exempting some of these products from existing consumer protection laws. It's certainly my hope that the minister is preparing for that now. I admit that, of course, we don't want to presume the will of the legislature, in which direction we might vote, but certainly I would hope they are starting to look at that possibility, consider individuals that could be sought out to provide that advice and expertise should this bill pass. I think Albertans have a lot of trust in their financial institutions in general. You know, I can be fairly sure that when I put dollars in my savings account, it will still be there tomorrow. I have fairly good protections and assurances, you know, that when I make that investment in my RRSP, it will continue. It will be those dollars will be there. I generally trust my bank with my mortgage. So Albertans consider dealing with the financial services companies as safe, and they should. And in line with that, then that ties in with what I have been saying. Albertans have that feeling of safety.
There are others to join debate on Bill 13. The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 13 in committee. And, you know, seeing that we're in committee, and it was lovely to see the Finance Minister prop up and, you know, correct the record or try to add some comments based on what was said. And so, you know, before I go into some of the other comments that were made and some of my concerns about this legislation, first let me say I actually generally am in support of this particular piece of legislation. I would like to get some additional information around some of the concerns we've raised. But the Finance Minister a few speakers ago actually, you know, talked about how awesome the government books were. Fair enough. I mean, the Auditor General has certainly issued a clean audit. However, that I would like to add a few comments there, and I would like to qualify that. And if you think back to 2020, there was a special auditor's report issued, and as a result, the UCP government needed to correct a few actually fairly significant errors in order to get a clean audit. And so I think it's important that we get that on the record and that we don't forget this. So at the time, our Auditor General, Doug Wiley, actually flagged $1.6 billion worth of accounting blunders and oversights. And there are three of them specifically, a couple of really big ticket item ones and then one smaller one. And so the first one, of course, you will recall, was KXL. And so he noted that the government had to make $100 million adjustment to the KXL pipeline investment. As the government made that investment before the fiscal year end, he said, but the money wasn't reflected in the proper balance sheet. The Auditor General also said that the government failed to update its cash flow model for the Sturgeon refinery after prices cratered earlier in that year, which was 2020, due to COVID-19 and a global oil price war, leading to a recommended $795 million adjustment in expenses. So, Madam Speaker, that's a pretty big error. There was also another one that I spoke to, or that I talked about a little bit yesterday, and it was an error around reporting expenses in the correct year. So there was $152 million added to costs for two income support programs, those being assured income for the severely handicapped, and of course the other one being income support itself. That was barriers for employment and expected to work. And the problem was, as I explained yesterday, was that the government stated they were changing the payment dates to help Albertans, which we know is not true. It ended up causing a fair amount of harm. Now, there were some reasons that they shared that, probably could have flown, but at the end of the day, there was harm. There was not enough notice. But the big problem, as pointed out by the Auditor General of Alberta, is that 12 months of expenses were not recorded in the 12 months of the fiscal year. And so the UCP government had to correct that error. So overall, there were, what did I say, $1.6 billion in expenses that needed to be corrected, or in accounting errors that needed to, blunders actually, that needed to be corrected in order to get the glowing report that the finance minister talked about. So I just wanted to correct that. So, moving on, I think that we've heard again and again and again in this place that, that there is a lack of trust for this government. And, let's be honest, there's probably not a lot of trust for any government around the world for a variety of reasons. But this one in particular, this particular government, the UCP government, is a government that has a huge trust deficit. And so whenever we see a piece of legislation, I sort of look at it as, I think that this government needs to prove to Albertans that they have the Albertans' backs, that they are indeed going to do what they say, and Albertans will be protected, and actually life will be made better by that particular piece of legislation. And so while I will be happy to support a bill that assists in diversifying the economy, that creates opportunity, and that supports innovation, I'm happy to do that. I would like some additional information. So as I mentioned before, one of the concerns that we have is that there is a power to exempt new financial products from consumer protection laws that can easily be abused. Now, don't get me wrong, I am not saying that companies that are able to use this regulatory sandbox, as it were, I'm not saying that their intent will be malicious in any way. I'm just saying that it's best to prevent problems before they happen. So some of the new problems, with financial fintech or whatever. So some of the problems, and my colleague was really eloquent in describing some of them, is that sometimes these new financial products or these new innovative products have the same problems, but just in a new form. So for example, a loan is still a loan. Electronic payments are still electronic payments, and they come with all of the potential sort of hazards or problems that the original products, or now kind of the old-fashioned products, come along with. However, we've had many years to establish some consumer protections around those older products that we may not see with the new one, with an innovative one that is able to use the regulatory sandbox. My colleague also mentioned that I would like to reiterate a lack of transparency around cost and business models, and often these very new and innovative products can appear to be free or low cost, but they may not be. So sometimes there are hidden costs that don't even appear until after you're into the use of the app or the new product or whatever it may be, and they don't even appear until after sign up and you're in the process. And sometimes those costs aren't necessarily the costs aren't financial. Maybe it's a cost around data sharing, and all of those problems that come into play around sharing data and personal information. This might not sound, like a big deal when we're talking about this sort of innovative regulatory sandbox, but if you think about the vulnerabilities of some Albertans, and I would hope that products like this like the ones we are talking about, would be open and accessible to all Albertans, but there are some issues around very simple things like no human records, lack of consumer or customer service, or what happens when things go wrong. I heard my colleague talk a little bit about his very interesting Bitcoin experience. Mm-hmm. But he had the wherewithal to actually figure out how to go back and find an old account and follow the steps required to do the work he needed to do to see that he ended up doing pretty well after the fact. But what about people that don't? And so that is often why we have some really basic consumer protections, is to provide those safeties and securities for people that may not have the same level of skill. Fast and easy sometimes causes a lot of problems. You know, fast and easy credit sometimes will create fast and easy debt. And sometimes the lack of regulation or the lack of oversight, the lack of consumer protection will sort of draw in people that perhaps don't have the wherewithal or the ability or shouldn't actually be incurring the additional debt. So sometimes, you know, slick mobile apps or things, different products like that, you know, can gloss over or can miss some important protections. So financial technologies or financial innovations, technological innovation sandboxes, I mean, it's great. I think that this piece of legislation is building on something that has obviously started. It's nice to see for once sort of government reacting quickly and being innovative and trying to get ahead of things, because as we all know in this place, government can sometimes be really clunky and really slow. So this is good to see this piece of legislation that will maybe do the opposite. However, I think if we want to do it responsibly and well, we need more than just standing up in this place and having, you know, government members or ministers stand up in this place and to say, yes, we believe in consumer protection. Yes, we want to do the best. Yes, we want what's best for a diversified economy and keeping Albertans' money, you know, working for them and keeping them safe. But I think that we've all learned that, you know, saying it is one thing, doing it is quite another. And so I think it would be great if someone on the other side would just be more specific about what concrete protections will be in place. What can you guarantee Albertans will be in place to keep their money safe, their investments safe? A lot of upsides to financial sandboxes, obviously. You know, it does encourage innovation, relief from uncertainty and regulation, and it's been great throughout, you know, some of the research that I've been doing and some of the reading, you know, and listening to the government talk about the upsides, but there are some downsides to a piece of legislation like this. Upside is, you know, we get to test, or companies get to test new approaches, sharing information, pilot projects and data sharing, all good things, all the potential to do great things. However, there are some serious downsides that I don't think we can responsibly ignore. Things like, you know, I'll say it again and again, the elimination of consumer protection, fair lending. My colleague from Calgary Buffalo mentioned, you know, some of the dangers of, or why we need consumer protection in lending. Truth in lending, what is the real cost in lending? Ensuring, you know, clear, plain language that people understand contracts that they're getting into or the terms that they're agreeing to. Another downside is the real risk assessment and the promotion. You know, when you start to promote risky innovation, sometimes in the speed or the, you know, the desire to highlight the really exciting potential, and I think we've all sort of seen that, bought into that, but the failure to really say, you know, to do your due diligence, you really need to assess this risk for you personally or for your company. The vague promises of consumer benefit and innovation. You know, I think we've all at one time or another tried a new product, whether it's banking related or otherwise. We've all done that because it just looks so great. And sometimes something that is too good to be true is just that. The concern too, I have read a number of accounts of that with a regulatory sandbox, having pilots, you know, pilots without specific end dates can go on for a very long time. And so to have a consumer protection or some rules around length of time, and this may all be under consideration by officials already, but we as legislators in this place who will be asked to vote on this legislation don't know about that. So it's always, trust us, we got this, we'll do it in regulation. You know, that may be the case, but it would be great to have more detail. And finally, I think, you know, when we talk about, you know, markets and things, there will be an impact on competitors. Let's be honest about that. We've seen it time and again, and I'm not saying that that's necessarily a bad thing. That sometimes is just life. You know, that there, as innovations happen and, you know, if other companies don't keep up and innovate, you know, they will suffer some losses. But, you know, I'd like to hear more from the government about what kind of assessment was done to determine what those risks were to competitors. So those are some of my concerns. I look forward to hearing more from the government about what they intend to do. But with that, I will take my seat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there others to join the debate? Bill 13 in Committee of the Whole. Seeing none, I will call the question. On Bill 13, the Financial Innovation Act, on the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? Carried. The Honourable Member for Leduc-Beaumont.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that the committee rise and report Bill 13.
Having heard that motion, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. We shall now rise and report. The Honourable Member for Lethbridge East.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration a certain bill. The committee reports the following bill, Bill 13.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 11, Continuing Care Act. Adjourned debate, Member Hoffman.
I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods rising.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise to speak to Bill 11, the Continuing Care Act, at second reading today, this afternoon. I had the brief opportunity to begin my remarks on Bill 11 while we were debating a referral amendment that would have seen Bill 11 move to a committee for more discussion and more analysis. Now, we are no longer on that referral amendment, but I would like to continue some of the comments that I had started to make at that time, specifically because they are incredibly relevant to the main bill as well. The Continuing Care Act, for those who are watching debate at home or reading the Hansard after the fact, is a piece of legislation that has been introduced to streamline, to improve transparency and accountability, and is, in essence, taking four pieces of legislation and combining it. In my initial remarks, I reflected on concerns that there may be loss of some standards in the combination. Certainly, there are concerns with the volume of decisions that are being deferred to regulations through the implementation of Bill 11. And certainly, a lot of conversation has happened regarding how Bill 11 is intended to start implementing improvements to the continuing care system that the government has been consulting on, and in fact released the facility-based continuing care review 11 months ago, almost a full year ago. Now, the facility-based continuing care review included 42 different recommendations that the minister at the time suggested the government would be working quickly to develop an action plan, to study some others. So certainly when we saw Bill 11 introduced into the legislature, the members of the opposition were eagerly looking forward to this piece of legislation, thinking that it would be related to some of the recommendations out of the FBCC report. Particularly given the minister at the time said that the recommendations on staffing and hours of direct care would be reviewed over the summer and acted upon in the fall. And here we are in the spring, moving into the summer. But not only have we not seen action on staffing and hours of direct care, but these changes are not to be found inside of Bill 11. And so when it comes to Bill 11, There are significant gaps, and in my remarks to the referral, I had just started to talk about how the continuing care challenges that Alberta experienced, there were challenges in continuing care across Canada. And in Ontario, we saw them take these challenges very seriously through a review and through a very strong commitment to improve particularly the staffing challenges because, Madam Speaker, a lot of the staff in continuing care are overworked. A lot of the staff are dealing with major issues of burnout. A lot of the staff have dealt with a lot of mental health stresses, particularly during this pandemic. And we know from, for example, the implementation of the single-site staffing through the pandemic that it really shone a light on how many of these staff are lower waged, working multiple jobs, and therefore not getting full-time hours or full-time pay or full-time benefits. And therefore having to work in multiple facilities, which during a pandemic had major implications to our pandemic response. And I reference this because similar things were seen in Ontario, where the Ontario government has now committed to invest $1.9 billion annually to create more than 27,000 new positions for personal support workers, which are the equivalent to healthcare HCAs here in Alberta, as well as RNs and LPNs in long-term care. And that those additional funds would be used to increase the number of staff, to start addressing culture change, to start addressing workload and working conditions, and to really address retaining staff and improving conditions of care. So some of these things we saw out of the FBCC review, which had a section specifically addressed to dealing with some of the challenges we have with labor shortages and the current workforce, particularly given the increasing need for continuing care that is coming up. And so I really wanted to get on record here at second reading my disappointment at not seeing more through Bill 11 to address what is happening with the workforce that we currently have, given rising resident acuity, the gap between training and experience, the challenging work environments, labor supply, and insufficient funding for staff wages and hours of care, all things that the government has now known for 11 months, longer if you consider the time period during which they were consulting. And so, as we talk about Bill 11 and the Continuing Care Act, and the work that has been done to consult on this, it really raises the question along who has been consulted for this particular Bill 11 piece. And given what has happened within our province during the pandemic, has there been adequate consultation with the friends and families, the loved ones of those who've been impacted by COVID-19 in the continuing care system? And I would submit to you, Madam Speaker, that based off of the debate so far, and based off of the government not sharing more information about who they consulted with, how that feedback is fit in. Yes, we have the final report of the FBCC, but that was, of course, completed 11 months ago and did not speak directly to Bill 11, as there's such a gap between the 42 recommendations from the FBCC report and what we see here in Bill 11. That it certainly has caused concerns for a lot of public health advocates, for seniors advocacy groups, and for the official opposition. So having said that as a bit of an introduction to my remarks at second reading, at this point, Madam Speaker, I would like to move an amendment.
Amendment R, A1. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you very much. I move that the motion for second reading of Bill 11, Continuing Care Act, be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 11, Continuing Care Act, be not now read a second time because the Assembly is of the view that the government has not carried out sufficient consultations on the contents of the bill with families whose loved ones lost their lives from COVID-19 while in continuing care. So, Madam Speaker, this particular amendment, a reasoned amendment, is predicated on the real challenge the official opposition has had in trying to understand Bill 11's positioning within addressing the issues within continuing care and have the families who have lost loved ones from COVID-19 while in continuing care, has their input gone into, or how is that reflected here in Bill 11? And the opportunity to potentially come back and introduce legislation that addresses the 42 recommendations from the FBCC report, including improvements when it comes to the workforce, which is one of the areas of particular concern that I have, but certainly there are a number of areas within those 42 recommendations of the FBCC report. This piece of legislation does not fulfill the UCP's own promise from a year ago to increase home care, the amount of hours of care that residents would receive, or the proportion of full-time staff. And again, I will contrast this to in the province of Ontario, where investments of $1.9 billion annually have been put forward to address these very real concerns. So Bill 11 consolidates, but fails to make substantive and meaningful changes. And I believe that that may be because the government has failed to consult adequately with the families and those who use this current system of continuing care. Now, as I've listened to my colleagues engage in debate on this piece of legislation, I have been struck by the personal experiences that colleagues are sharing and putting on the record, both their work experience from working in pieces of this system, as well as their own personal experience in caring for loved ones within the continuing care system. And one of the things that I know I have heard from families who have lost loved ones, as well as from families who have loved ones within the system, is the feeling that the UCP was neglecting seniors through the pandemic, and that Alberta was lacking certain protections or measures that other jurisdictions had, namely an independently accountable independent seniors advocate. It's because the UCP removed the role of the seniors advocate, claiming that the health advocate would be sufficient. They also changed how they were searching for that health advocate to appoint someone with ties to their political party. And the health advocate here in Alberta has been relatively silent during the pandemic, while to compare and contrast in BC, the independent advocate made practical recommendations specific to making life better for seniors. And I think that speaks to the need to have a seniors advocate here, something that is not happening within Bill 11, and again calls into question the consultation that has been carried out on this particular piece of legislation. I would note that the Canadian Association of Retired Persons have been reaching out to MLAs across the province, so all MLAs are likely already aware of this, to call for an independent seniors advocate. So certainly this is not something that is a partisan issue. Rather, it is one of making sure that there is someone who has that lens, that eye, onto the issues that seniors are experiencing, and are responding to that and providing recommendations to that effect. You may be familiar, Madam Speaker, that the NDP has put forward a private member's bill to create an independent advocate. And it would be ideal, through consultation with the families of those loved ones who've lost their lives from COVID-19, to see a seniors advocate role potentially incorporated through new and revised legislation to improve the Continuing Care Act. Because let us not forget that as of April 12th, 1,677 continuing care residents of Alberta have passed away from COVID-19, and that is a stunning number when you hear that said. We've had a major tragedy within the continuing care system, and we need to be able to learn from it. Other provinces are learning from and responding to the challenges, not only receiving a report and then waiting 11 months and bringing forward legislation that doesn't implement those recommendations, but investing real money and putting forward real strategies that will address many of the issues. Again, I spoke specifically to the workforce challenges because as the labor critic, that's an area that I know quite well. But the other areas of the FBCC report are equally important, including enhancing quality of care, recognizing cultural sensitivity and diversity in care, making more information accessible, increasing hours of care to residents. Again, something that the health minister at the time suggested that there would be action on, review through the summer, action in the fall. Here we are in the spring. Soon we will be in the summer, and we have not seen that action. And so Bill 11, as you may hear from my voice, feels quite frustrating because it misses the mark on what Alberta's seniors and other Albertans are looking for from this government when it comes to our continuing care system. And I do want to acknowledge that certainly the continuing care system is not just for seniors. We have Albertans of all ages who are within that system and deserve the highest quality of support from this government and from the system that is supporting them. And so I move this referral, apologies, I believe it's a reasoned amendment. I move this amendment with the hope that we can actively see more consultation with these families and that the government will share the results of those consultations in a detailed way with this chamber so that all members can be aware of the feedback that was being given to the government and how that feedback is being used to implement Bill 11 or future legislation should this reasoned amendment be accepted.
We are on RA1. Would anybody wish to speak? I see the honourable member for Edmonton. McClung, thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Nellie would be proud. I'm pleased to rise this afternoon once again to speak this time to RA1 referral motion brought forward by a member for Edmonton Mill Woods, who I think rightfully focused many of her remarks on the thrust that we've had as the opposition members to this Bill 11, and that has been a consistent theme and a current and ongoing insistence that the result of the pandemic and the deaths that have been referred to by the member for Edmonton Mill Woods and others in this House, and I'll once again restate that there were 1,677 deaths of residents of continuing care from COVID-19 in Alberta as of April 12, 2022. That's from the National Institute of Aging. And that number is an astonishingly high and tragic number, Madam Speaker, and it's something that we had hoped would be a motivation for this government to go forward and address the huge gaps that COVID-19 has revealed and magnified, gaps in the continuing care system, not only in Alberta, across Canada, but for sure Alberta was not exempted from the glare of those gaps as we saw those gaps reflected in the death rate that occurred in continuing care facilities in Alberta amongst particularly seniors, but also others of different age groups who also use the facilities and live in continuing care facilities in Alberta. Over 1,600 deaths, Madam Speaker, and if you think about that, that's the size of, I think, the largest Alberta high school. It's a huge number, and every one of those families, every one of those individuals have families, extended families and friends who certainly did not anticipate that they would succumb to COVID-19 while in a facility purportedly under the care of professionals who would know what to do in a situation where there was an infection such as this running through a facility. And many of these deaths were preventable, Madam Speaker. And that's the tragedy of it, is that COVID-19 has shown that we have done a poor job in our continuing care facilities of preventing deaths that would be caused by something like an infection of COVID-19 in the continuing care system. And these are gaps and situations that have been highlighted before but were neglected over time, and it caught up with us in Alberta as well as across the country. And as the member for Edmonton Riverview so clearly stated in her opening remarks when the bill was introduced, when Bill 11 itself was introduced in March of 2022, the critic for seniors and housing for the NDP made a statement saying, of course, that many of these deaths were preventable and that she was hoping for significant and transformational changes to the continuing care system to be announced through the bill, such as working condition improvements for continuing care staff and increasing the amount of full-time staff to provide care. These have been some pretty basic ongoing demands of our continuing care system that remain unmet, and one would have hoped, as the critic for seniors and housing, the member for Edmonton Riverview made clear, she hoped that this piece of legislation would address more than the housekeeping items that it does. It does not provide the transformational changes that the continuing care system desperately needs, and given the tragic failures we have seen over the 2 years, it's another reason that we really can't trust the UCP to do the right thing. Now, we have been consistently calling for an independent seniors advocate. Indeed, our party presented a private member's bill to this House to do just that, yet that was ignored. And that's another reason, Mr. Speaker, why we bring forward the amendment that we're considering today to not proceed with Bill 11 at this time, but to further consult on the legislation so that the concerns of those 1,677 deceased, the concerns of their family members and their friends can be properly heard and properly aired, because that's, Mr. Speaker, where we're going to hear exactly where the gaps are and how people have been affected by those gaps. The individuals who are visiting on a regular basis, the loved ones that they know in continuing care situations, are the ones that can very, very concisely and correctly identify what the gaps are, what the problems are. And many of us in this legislature have had loved ones in continuing care. I know that I have as well, and certainly it has been frustrating in my experience to not feel that I've been heard when bringing forward concerns about either my relative who happened to be in continuing care or situations that I became aware of while visiting continuing care locations. I mean, it doesn't take somebody with experience as I've had in working in a continuing care situation and having some training in that the family members themselves are pretty aware that if you've got somebody sitting in a commode for 3 hours, that there's a problem. And it's a case many times, Mr. Speaker, that the one staff member doesn't know what the other staff member is doing, because there could have been a shift change, 2 part-timers changing shifts, and communication didn't happen. And as a result, somebody's been forgotten about. And it can be a very difficult thing for anybody, never mind a senior, perhaps with dementias, who's been forgotten on a commode in the room for hours on end. Can you imagine the panic that causes? And not only that, then of course they begin to seek their own solutions and attempt to get up when they may not be able to actually walk anymore, and it causes potential injuries. So that's just a small example of some of the concerns that I'm thinking that residents, family members will bring to light if indeed they have been given or are given the opportunity to properly bring their concerns forward by not having this bill continue and be read a second time now, and that the consultations be sought so that the family members will have the ear of the government. The number of times that we've heard of family members' horror stories in the long-term care facilities has not diminished as a result of COVID-19. In fact, it became patently clear that the difficulties that we were concerned about before were exacerbated by COVID-19, and the tragic number of people who died as a result is something that should have been a call to action to this government to do more than a compilation of a number of different acts to bring together the continuum of different continuing care facilities into one piece of legislation, or under one under one legislative home. The expectation would have been, Mr. Speaker, and I think Albertans rightfully are wondering why this didn't take place, is that there would have been a significant and realistic review of the difficulties that the long-term care facilities experienced during COVID-19 and are still experiencing, Mr. Speaker. I mean, we haven't learned lessons yet, and this is what we should be doing from the loss of life that's occurred so far during the pandemic. It's mind-boggling, to say the least, that the government hasn't seen fit to properly consult with a resource that is there at their disposal, a group of hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people in this province who would be willing to come forward with their experiences that they felt as they witnessed the conditions of the living conditions and the food conditions, the COVID-19 safety conditions or lack thereof during the pandemic, and as a result had their family member pass away or their friend pass away. If you believe me, Mr. Speaker, I'm certain I'm not wrong when I say that there will be thousands of people willing to come forward, given the opportunity of a forum to properly discuss what they felt were discrepancies in care that should never have happened. People are not silent when it comes to the health or the life and death matters of family members, particularly those that are vulnerable and that are in care. And it's very clear to me, Mr. Speaker, that the government willfully decided not to have such a conversation with individuals who suffered the loss of a loved one during the pandemic in this province and in long-term care facilities, perhaps because it was politically dangerous. to do such a thing, because there is ultimately responsibility for taking action or not in this province. And the government has chosen very clearly not to take action in this case. And I think that the amendment that was brought forward by the member for Edmonton Mill Woods is a deserved response to the government's unwillingness to face up to the tragedy that's occurred in long-term care. And it gives them an opportunity to stop the clock and say, okay, let's do more than just the amalgamation of the various pieces of legislation that govern the operation of long-term care facilities in this province. Let's find out what the deficiencies really were. Let's see if indeed we can prevent deaths in the future that are caused or have been caused by gaps in the system. Glaringly, in Alberta, we've heard calls for a solution in terms of staffing that seemed to me would go a long ways to alleviating some of the difficulties we faced during the COVID-19 pandemic in long-term care. And that is having full-time staff, Mr. Speaker. Of course, has been alluded to by others, full-time staff come with a requirement to pay benefits. So there's a higher cost to an employer to have full-time staff members covering all the shifts rather than part-time. I'm not saying there's not a role for some part-time, but by and large, the continuum of care that people receive on a daily basis is much better than if they're being looked after by full-time people rather than 2 or 3 part-time people during the day. And you can even imagine it yourself, Mr. Speaker, if you've been in a hospital situation or you've stayed in a place where you needed care, if you had 2 or 3 people coming on a daily basis looking after you over an 8-hour period rather than one person, you would soon understand that the level of knowledge that that person has, the 3 part-timers, versus what the full-time person would have of your needs and your conditions and your general state of health and perhaps your likes or dislikes or food, or your capabilities, your physical ability to walk, or any number of things that you would expect a caregiver to be aware of. All of that is much better if you are being cared for by people who are with you for longer periods of time. And these are the things that consultation would bring forward and allow us to see more deeply where the gaps are, and that's why I support the referral amendment.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to speak to the referral? I see the member for St. Albert is on their feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my pleasure to rise and speak to this amendment, that it not be read a second time, and because there has not been sufficient consultation on the contents of the bill. I think that it's very easy to demonstrate that, Mr. Speaker. Number one is, you know, I don't know how many members they like to heckle. Did you read the report? Well, did you read the report, the Myers-Norris-Penny report about continuing care and the recommendations that were made? And this was contracted by Alberta Health Services, and they were very clear about what needed to be done or what should be done. And so I would suggest, just based on the discrepancy from the report, the recommendations, what we heard from experts, from families, from individuals themselves, and what's in this legislation and what's missing in this legislation, I would suggest that there has not been enough time to consult, let alone time to read the various reports. But in any event, about this piece of legislation and why I think it's important to take time and to speak to people and to hear their stories, strangely enough, I'm going to tell you something that just happened. This just happened, and this relates to Bill 11, Continuing Care Act, and specifically relates to Division 2 Home and Community Care, and it starts on page 11. Now, obviously, it goes on for a little bit until page 12. But it talks about, for those of you that don't know, continuing care is a vast range of supports that provide supports for people that need them. One of those is self-managed care with home care. So home care has a number of different products. One of those is self-managed care. So people in this chamber might be familiar with persons with developmental disabilities. PDD is what we refer to it as, and that is a financial program under Community and Social Services that actually pays for staff to allow them to live independently in the community or to be employed, people with developmental disabilities, obviously. So it doesn't cover people that do not have developmental disabilities. So for example, if you have a spinal cord injury or something that just affects your physical being, you don't qualify for PDD supports. You would in turn have to go to a home care, which is health, self-managed care, if that's what you choose. So I just got a phone call, from about a young man who, and I have permission to talk about him. He's 29 years old. As a youngster, I think he's got a bit of a following in the Capital Region. You may have heard his story years ago. But as a youngster, I believe he contracted meningitis, if I'm not mistaken. And as a result, sadly, his arms and legs were amputated. Now, he currently lives with his mom, who is aging. And this is a story of many people with disabilities if they've lived the majority of their lives with parents or other family members, and she is no longer able to care for him as she once did. Now, thankfully, this family, this young man and his mom, do live in a home that's accessible, and so they have stable, secure, accessible housing, which isn't the case for a lot of people, but I just want to put that on the record that he does have that. But he asked for what he needs in terms of care as what his mother is providing right now. And you talk about the unaccounted for cost of care in Alberta. This is a perfect example of that. She provides 24/7 care. As you can imagine, without arms or legs, that there's not much that you can do, Mr. Speaker. You require assistance with all aspects of daily living. Not to mention, this young man is very talented in a number of areas and is just dying to work and support himself, but he is unable to do that without physical assistance due to the nature of his disability. Anyway, after a very long process of applying for the supports through home care, which is a continuation of care, after applying for supports that he needed, he went through all of the steps, the final appeal was heard, then he waited for the decision letter, and it actually arrived today. And the answer was no, you cannot have supports 24/7 to hire staff that you need to help you. And one of the recommendations from that appeal panel, and again, this is not the appeals secretariat with Community and Social Services, this is health, and one of the recommendations was contact your MLA. That was literally the recommendation, because there's a gap in the system. There's a huge gap in the system. Now, I'm not his MLA, but they did contact me. There is a huge gap in the system. So the reason I bring up this particular example that just happened today is because this illustrates very, very clearly that this government has not done everything it can to ensure that the continuation of care, the continuity of care, all of these things are included in this piece of legislation. So I bring that up. Yesterday, I talked a little bit about one of the other examples of concern that I had with this piece of legislation, and that was the wholesale repeal of very large and complex pieces of legislation that actually had been amended over many years, some of them, to meet the needs of a number of different communities and a number of different specific needs. And one of those that I really want to talk about again is the Residential and Family Councils Act. So there is a wholesale repeal of that piece of legislation that I think was proclaimed in 2017, if I'm not mistaken. Now, to the government's credit, they did actually mention it in their legislation, in their new legislation, which is on page 34. And it talks about resident and family councils, and it's quite lovely. Talks about, if someone is a resident of continuing care, they do, if they request it, have the ability to form this council. And it goes on to talk about relatives, friends, guardians are certainly welcome to participate in these councils. And that's pretty much it. So on the surface, it looks like, okay, that seems fine, no problem there, until you look at what legislation was repealed and what was lost as a result of the repeal. And again, government will counter and say, well, you know, we'll just take care of that in regulations. Well, I think we've already established that there isn't a lot of trust with this government. And so I don't understand, Mr. Speaker, why they would repeal an entire piece of legislation and then just address it in a couple of sentences. But in any event, what was lost because of the repeal, and I'd like to draw your attention to, it's the Resident and Family Councils Act 2017, under Section 2, the establishment of a residential and family council. Now keep in mind, all of this is gone. So this used to be in place because this was a problem, and this was the enabling legislation that needed to be there to ensure that the work was done. And, you know, to the credit of operators of all different types of continuing care facilities and services, they're overwhelmed on a daily basis with the work that they have to do. I know this, that they have an extraordinary amount of work to do. However, I think that we have made the case, and we made it in 2017 and making it again now, is that if operators follow this legislation, and the spirit of the legislation as well, it can actually prevent a lot of problems. I know this firsthand because I've actually seen it. And so anyway, what is missing? This is what used to be in legislation. If there's a group composed of residents or persons of importance to the residents, both in the place and in the residential facility, for any purpose described in the section, the group is deemed to be a resident, so no problem. Where there is no family council in place in a residential facility, the facility operator must, and this is key, must, A, post a notice in a conspicuous place in the facility advising residents and persons of the importance and the right to establish a council. The importance. So to give examples, to ensure that the notice remains posted until there is a council established. This is very key, that this information, this education is there until. And so for people that are, let's say, in the more intense continuing care support, so more towards like we would traditionally call, you know, lodge or nursing home, you know, family members and friends don't always visit every day. And so maybe they may not see that posting until they go visit. So it needs to be there longer. There needs to be more support to get this work done. Here's another key one. Within 6 months after coming into force of the Act, and not less than 6 months thereafter, until a resident and family council is established, they have to convene a meeting to inform residents and family and persons of importance, which was already described to the residents, of the right to establish. So it's not just about posting the information and leaving it posted until a council is formed. It's about in-person education until that council is formed. These councils are that important. They are truly that important. I'm going to skip over a few. Here's a little bit more of what was lost. As soon as practical, convene a meeting to inform residents, their families, and persons of importance to the resident of the right to establish. Oh, sorry, I already read that one. And so it goes on, and let me tell you the purpose of establishing these is so important. I touched on a few things yesterday. This doesn't just apply to large facilities. So I'll give you an example. I was invited to a council or a resident council meeting at a facility in St. Albert. And it's actually a blended facility, so there's more independent folks that live with people on another side that are more dependent and have more nursing care. And it's called Chateau Mission Court. And it was really wonderful to see this council because both groups, you can imagine, the more independent seniors and the more dependent seniors had very different focuses. But this council laid out opportunities for everybody to have their ideas put forward. I talked, some of those were around menu, and it's prescribed in the old legislation that residents must have input into their menu. And in an age when people are living on very tight incomes, particularly seniors are living on very, very limited income, they can't afford increasing costs that go on even at these facilities, and they do go up. They go up steadily, but they go up by little bits, and people cannot afford it. So having these meetings is a venue for people to talk about the menu, nutrition. These might not seem like big things. These are very big things. Recreation. another huge topic for facilities like this, even for supported independent living facilities, which we sometimes call group homes or things like that, where it can be as small as 4 people living together and sharing expenses. This legislation applies. It's so important to have these resident meetings because it forces them to talk about, I've seen this in my time in my previous job life, is where, you maybe had someone that was really into heavy metal and, the other 3 were not. And that could be a problem if there wasn't sort of a space to have, let's talk about house rules. Let's talk about when the music has to be turned down. And Mr. Speaker, the value of this legislation that was repealed and then not replaced is that it forced the focus on the residents or the people that at the end of the day live there, not the staff, not the operators. They were just there in a support capacity. And they were truly there in a support capacity to take notes, to log the issues that were being discussed, and then to take them back to get information when those information requests were presented. And so it was this legislation was very prescriptive, but it was really essential because let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure people in this chamber know this, not all operators in continuing care are the same. And not all, sadly, provide the same level of care. And that is just a fact. And if you don't believe me, you can go through the Protection for Persons in Care Act, the reporting. There used to be online reports about the different allegations and investigations and then subsequent recommendations. It's there. You can see the types of problems that happen. And so something like this, the value to actually, to prevent problems is huge. And so the reason that I keep going on and about this example is because this is just one of 4 pieces of legislation that were repealed in their entirety. And then I'm just checking that it was 4. I do believe it was 4. And they were repealed in their entirety. And basically, a few sentences about, we're going to do this. And the rest will be in regulation. Trust us. We'll get it done properly. Mr. Speaker, I'm worried. The state of continuing care in Alberta is not great for a number of reasons. I'm not saying that, that it crashed and burned in the last 3 years. There are some problems that have been around for a very long time. I understand the desire to make things simpler and to bring a number of pieces of complex legislation under one umbrella. I understand the intent may be good, but I am so worried that so many things will be lost as a result. And in this day and age when operators are so busy and so focused on so many different things, that at the end of the day, it is going to be Albertans that suffer. And so it is for that reason that I actually support this referral to just slow down and to talk about and to do more consultation. I haven't heard yet, we were here yesterday debating, I haven't heard a lot of answers from government. I hope we get those soon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Peace River, followed by Edmonton Decor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak on Bill 11, the Continuing Care Act. And it's an important piece of legislation. But before I go into details, I want to first acknowledge the very hard work that healthcare professionals have been doing, yes, over the last 2 years, especially throughout COVID, but for a very long time. And many of those are working in professional settings that are very, very difficult and trying and burdensome on them, not just in terms of the professional obligations, but the emotional burden that they face as well, the personal cost that it is to them. I also want to acknowledge all the volunteers, particularly, that work in this space. When I did something at the request of the Minister for Palliative Care, End-of-Life Care Review, which is tangential and associated with this healthcare space, I was blown away by the degree to which that space was people who were caring for others voluntarily. These are volunteers in hospice societies. These are, to be honest, more than anything else, family members. Individual family members that spend their time and energy when they have jobs and children and obligations in their communities, still to care for their loved ones. And for my money, there is no better care than family care where possible in your home. That's what I think is most important for us. And That is why I think this legislation, Bill 11, is so important, because what it does is it takes 6 different pieces of legislation with 6 different regulations and 3 different sets of standards, and it puts it into one comprehensive piece for uniformity. But what it also does is it opens up the ability for transformational change in our healthcare, particularly continuing care, where we're able to invest more, as we've done in this last budget, in home care. Now, this is an important investment, and I say that not as a legislator today. I say that as an individual. Sadly, it wasn't from COVID this last year, but my mother did pass away. She passed away while in home care, where my brother and my dad were caring for her. And it was incredibly good to have the resources we did for my mother as she passed. So it allowed her to be a mom to me, a wife to my father, a sister to her siblings. It allowed us to be able to enjoy those last moments with her before she passed. And this kind of legislation allows us to further invest in those most important parts of continuing care, where we can put the decision-making and the care, the loving care that's just not possible anywhere else, back into homes. That I think is just so properly ordered, so right. And I want to thank the Minister for the work he's done on this legislation to bring us here. So I do think it is terribly important for us to recognize the volunteers, and particularly those family members who are caring for others throughout the pandemic, of course, but throughout all of Alberta's history. And we have to find ways for our laws and legislation here to work with their lives and their homes. And that's why this sort of simplification that members opposite have said is a noble intent is not only a noble and important intent, but it's urgent. It is important. And delaying this would be a problem. It would be a problem because there are many, many families that need to have that transformative change, that need to be able to get better access to resources, that need to have the standardization of care, these different levels of standards in one place, and these different acts compiled in one place so that the system is less confusing. It is terribly difficult now for people in healthcare and continuing care to manage it. Never mind individual family members who find themselves, sadly, in these difficult spots, trying to work with individuals in the system. And so this is an important initiative, and it's timely and urgent. Now, we heard from a number of different members on the other side, and obviously the member from Mill Woods who brought forward this amendment, RA1, and the purpose is to try and slow things down for the purpose of consultation. I think noble, of course, and a good intention, but I think it's important also we do talk a little bit about the consultation that's brought us to this point right now. So over the years, many of the different stakeholders in the space have been asking for a very long time for the review mentioned, but then also for this updated legislation. They've been asking for many, many years for us to look at this. So the original legislation that we're really amending first came forth in 1985, and that 1985 legislation is something that is outdated, Mr. Speaker, and something that we are not capturing all the different spaces we ought to be when it comes to this legislation, when it comes to these regulations. So I think it's important to understand the sense of how long the people who work in this space and the organizations have been waiting for us to get here. So I am reluctant to say we ought to be slowing things down. I think we should be prudently moving forward. But the good news is, Mr. Speaker, after the consultation with a number of different stakeholder groups from across the province, we've had 33 written formal submissions, relatively lengthy submissions on where we should be going when it comes to continuing care. And those organizations submitted it, and that was a part that deeply informed the bringing about of this legislation to where we are today in second reading. I think it's also important to understand that advice and recommendations from facility-based continuing care review saw over 7,000 Albertans, including family members, residents, caregivers, operators, community organizations. Many of those groups I mentioned at the start were a part of that, 7,000 individuals. Now, that wasn't exclusive to anyone who was in continuing care for any particular reason, whether it be someone there because of old age or struggling with dementia, early onset Alzheimer's or COVID or any of that. Every single Albertan had that opportunity, and that's right, that every single Albertan should. I'm very lucky that in the course of when my mother passed away, we were able to have the supports we needed. But were we not, this avenue would have been open to us in terms of consultation. That's right, Mr. Speaker, to open it up to all Albertans. Any time an Albertan's life is taken away, it is a sad moment. It is very difficult for anyone to deal with. And I think they all have important stories to share. I want to recognize all of them. And that sort of input should continue on through this legislature, with us as MLAs reaching out to our constituents and our constituents feeding those stories in as we come into debate legislation, as we come to committee of the whole and put forward amendments, which I'm sure members opposite will put forward thoughtful ones in the debate to come. I think it is important that we open that up to all Albertans, because not one life loss is any less tragic to any family because of how that happened. I also think, Mr. Speaker, that it's important we recognize that if we were to continue going on referring this to committee or with this reasoned amendment, slowing this down for another round beyond the year already that we spent talking about this with the public, it would delay the ability for us to implement a lot of this legislation, which is absolutely fundamental to moving forward with what I believe is transformative in our health care and continuing care. And we owe it to our constituents, we owe it to those who work in this space with all the sacrifices they've made to give them a good piece of legislation. Of course we owe them that. I believe that's what we have here. There will be, of course, lots of work to be done. As everyone in this chamber knows, this is enabling legislation. And a lot of those same standards we had before will be kept or increased upon when we come to this regulation. But the regulation is the right place for those details to be found, Mr. Speaker. It's where we have the ability to work very closely with different communities, to inform ourselves as a government on what those regulations should look like. And of course, we'll have the ability, as we see fit, as time comes, as things need to be updated, to change that regulation through orders in council. And that is an important point, Mr. Speaker. 1985 is a long time to go in a space that has changed dramatically in terms of standards of practice, best practices, levels of care, technology, Mr. Speaker. I mean, 1985, fax was a very, very useful thing. Things have changed. To give you an illustration of now where we're at in technology and communications, you can imagine how much things have also changed when it comes to continuing care as well. So I think it is incredibly important, Mr. Speaker, that we have a certain amount of agility in how we can move forward as a province so that we can continue to serve very well the seniors in this province, those who worked so hard to build the province, to give us the advantages we have today. We owe it to them because of the sacrifices they've made to get this right.
Hesitate to interrupt the honourable member. However, time allotted for debate in this afternoon session has elapsed, and the House stands adjourned until this evening at 7:30 p.m.